Test 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2. I'll just give it to you. Welcome to Speaking in Pairs at Hunter College. Thank you for being here. So grateful for you to be here. My name is Reiner Leist. I'm a visual artist and educator and a professor in the Department of Art and Art History and the curator of Speaking in Pairs together with studio art and art history graduate students. We thank Nancy Cantor, President, Dean Erica Chito-Childs, Department Chair Sarah Greenberger-Rafferty, and Hunter College Art Galleries Director Harper Montgomery and Deputy Director Katie Hood Morgan and our amazing staff for the steadfast support of this project. We're grateful to the MacArthur Foundation for supporting today's event and joyfully acknowledge the incredible support we have received. The exhibition is made possible by the Leonard R. Lauder Exhibition and Catalog Fund, the Boris Louis Art Foundation, and the Crossway Foundation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Huge applause. And very importantly, a catalog co-published with Hammer Publishers and forthcoming in fall 2026 is funded by a grant from the Boris Louis Art Foundation, Wolf Kahn Foundation, and the Emily Mason and Alice Trumbull Mason Foundation on behalf of artists Emily Mason and Wolf Kahn, artists helping artists. You can pre-order the book today for an early bird discount of 30%, so please do. We are grateful to today's incredible contributors to illuminate the various layers embedded in a portrait. Today's event addresses portraiture from many different perspectives, and my hope is that we will deepen our understanding of its role in society and leave with deeper questions than we started with. Many thanks goes to the Lubsdorff family. Yeah. Bertha Lubsdorff, and you see her on the left in both pictures, endowed our gallery to open in 1987 as the Bertha and Carl Lubsdorff Gallery. Their son, John Lubsdorff, generously spent hours going through the family photographs and recounted his family brush with art history. They were photographed by two famous 20th century photographers, August Sander and Lotte Jacobi. And when you're looking at this pair of images, you see a vernacular photograph on the left. That is Bertha. And we believe it's Carl. John said, I hope it's my father. And on the right, Bertha photographed by Lotte Jacobi with Carl. And John said, very movingly, saying his mother never smiled in photographs. She was traumatized by the circumstances of World War I, where she was separated from her family for a long time. So this glimpse of a smile on the left is maybe that hopeful part of the story. Nobody wins a war, let's not forget that. And nobody escapes it, even when you escape it, is the thing. It was only in the 1980s that his family discovered in a book the portrait of his grandfather, Hermann Lubsdorff, made by August Sander in 1938 in Cologne, with a caption, "Persecuted Jew." He exclaimed, "No, this is not a persecuted Jew. This is my beloved grandfather who played with and read to me." And there we go. This is his brother, Carl, sitting with his grandfather in Central Park, reading to him to prove his point. Just like today's presenter, Stefan Ruiz did not know he was the first to photograph Bad Bunny for a magazine cover, Anijutsu, the second time, and the staff told him, hey, you're the guy who did the first one. The Lubsdorff family did not know August Sander had used their grandfather's picture in his famous People of the 20th Century project until then. For helping us understand the life and work of August Sander, we thank Gabriele Konrad-Scholl, the director of the August Sander Archive in Cologne, Professor Daniel Magelow, great-grandson Manuel Sander, granddaughter Karin Bio, Professor Norm Alcott, and Professor Omar Forrest, literature detective Reinhard Pabst, and biographer Annette Dekin, who spent 7 years writing the first biography of August Sander and generously shared her knowledge beyond the printed version, as well as so many others who generously informed and taught us. We thank Candida Hörfer for mentoring our former students many years ago. Her work is now included in the exhibition. Ludger Derenthal and my dear colleague Antonella Pellisari whose name is synonymous with photography at Hunter College, for their support. Elizabeth Sussman shared her knowledge on the life and work of Dan Harbers and Eva Hesse. Olaf Peters helped us contextualize August Sander and Marieluise Fleiser in the new objectivity movement in a conversation together with actor Hanna Schigula, writer Thomas Lang, filmmaker Fabian Feiner, and writer Kerstin Specht. Beth Griffith, whose performance you'll see later, translated Kerstin Specht's Marieluise Fleiser report that you will see performed later this afternoon. This is a huge highlight of today. Marieluise Fleiser is a major figure in the new objectivity movement, akin to August Sander in the sense that she's not a painter or sculptor, but equally instrumental and important. And I think we hope that you will have a particular experience here. Hans Hake, who is turning 90 this year, and Dennis Adams reflect on the elements of their lives working over the decades-long professional friendship that we'll hopefully finish editing for the book. We thank Morgan Cousins and Carol Braden for coordinating, writing, and editing captions just when we thought we couldn't make our deadline. Matthias Reichel contributed from every perspective as lender, artist, writer, and curator that is unique to our mission to understand how all these layers connect. Louisa Thompson, Pregerson, artist, set designer, and chair of the theater department. Thank you for being here, Louisa. Conceived of the space you experience in the exhibition and the related theater performance programming you don't want to miss. June Canedo de Souza co-curated and coordinated this project from its inception 2 years ago until today, and over 200 contributors have made this one of the most complex projects. And I apologize for not being able to name everyone. It would take up, I apologize. Thank you for being here today. And now introduce our speaking on Paris curatorial fellow Adrienne Keller and her graduate student Kendall Rogers for their presentations. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for coming today. Very excited to introduce you to two images that I'm quite interested in personally and otherwise. So the photograph that I have paired here is a work by August Sander on the left. It's a piece he had in that same catalog that he used the persecuted Jews image for. It's from 1924, roughly, called The Bohemians. And these two gentlemen are two artists from the Cologne Progressives. Sanders was based out of Cologne. And so he's captured them in kind of support of their art collective, which is kind of like a combination of art and politics in an anti-bourgeois kind of way. They use easel painting as a response to the bourgeois taking their own medium and kind of using it against them. We have their two artists. We have Willy Bongard and Gottfried Brockmann. Willy is on the left, and they're really close to one another, but they are also very far apart. They're not looking at each other, not engaging with each other. They're absolutely indifferent to Sanders as he takes the photograph. Stylistically and also compositionally, I think it pairs perfectly with the photograph on the right, which is by a East German artist, formerly of the GDR, Christiane Eisler, who took this photo in 1984. She kind of documented the punk movement that was happening. It was also, especially in East Germany, anti-society. They were not really in favor of the ideology that was occurring. And you can see that they look very similar. She captured two young youths that are kind of anti everything that's happening around them for their generation. Also absolutely indifferent to the camera, not really aware of what's happening, the way the light is coming through a window and kind of diagonally framing our young punk on the left, kind of mirrors visually the image on the left here at Sander. And the indifference with the cigarette burning and not looking at Sander kind of responds the same way. So these two photographers captured the youth of their time that were resisting what was happening, but also kind of wanted to preserve. And they're 60 years apart. They're very different time periods, but yet very much the same. Okay, I'm gonna pass the mic now over to Kendall.
All right, hello. My name is Kendall. I'm a student in the curatorial practicum class. And just to give you a little sense of the student involvement, I'm going to share a little bit about my pairing. So here we have a portrait of Josephine Baker by Madame de Ora, also known as Dora Kalmus, and Petrol Hahn, an advertisement for the hair product Petrol Hahn by Ringel and Pitt, which is a pseudonym for the photography collective Gret Stern and Ellen Auerbach. Dora Kalmus, Gret Stern, and Ellen Auerbach were all part of the wider phenomenon of young middle-class women entering photography as a profession during the interwar period, drawn by economic independence, mobility, and creative freedom that the medium offered. This also coincided with the rise of the new woman as a phenomenon of women challenging the limits of male-dominated society and gaining independence, but also with the commodification of the image of the new woman as seen in the influx of print magazines and advertisements portraying and targeting the new woman. Gret Stern and Ellen Auerbach were both German Jewish women influenced by the Bauhaus School, and they founded a photography studio in Berlin as both business partners and romantic partners, using the collective identity Ringel and Pitt. They approached photography as an art form, and their commercial photography often had humorous and ironic undertones, exposing the artifice and objectification of women in advertising. This photograph, for example, is an advertisement for a hair product using a mannequin head with a wig and a human hand holding the product. Dora Kalmus was an Austrian Jewish woman working in the high fashion commercial register. She photographed Austrian intellectuals, moved to Paris, photographed celebrities, and became a personality herself, adopting the name Madame de Ora. Here she photographs Josephine Baker, a Black American woman who had become the defining emblem of Paris's jazz age exoticism. Although many images of Baker could represent the epitome of the objectification of women that Ringel and Pitt poke fun at, the difference here is the agency of the sitter. Josephine Baker was also an active participant in her own construction of persona, using her position for her own upward mobility as a Black woman, and here she sits with Madame de Ora as an equal, allowing her to capture her portrait. Unfortunately, these women would all have to flee their cities due to the rise of Nazism and the impending threat of war. Auerbach eventually ended up in New York, Stern ended up in Argentina, Dora took cover in the south of France, and Baker actually aided the French resistance as a spy and later became a civil rights activist. All four of these women paired together represent the determination and resilience of women during this period, taking advantage of the limited options available to them and utilizing them as outlets for their own creative expression and upward mobility. All right, thank you so much, and I'm excited to hear all of the conversations we have.
I think the introduction for Pavel Schnabel's film does not actually need to be that long. It's a remarkable historical document that shows the sitters August Sander in their environment in the 1970s, less than 20 years after Sander had died, which also includes some amateur footage of Sander still being alive in the early 1960s. So you're in for a treat to see this historical document. Thank you. How are you running it? Just from...
Er gehört zu den bedeutendsten deutschen Fotografen. Sander arbeitete systematisch an einem umfangreichen Werk, in dem er Fotos von Zeitgenossen zeigen wollte. Menschen des 20. Jahrhunderts sollte das Buch heißen. Es wurde nie vollendet. Der Faschismus kam dazwischen. Schon eine Teilausgabe wurde von den Nazis verboten. Sander zog sich zurück in die innere Emigration. Sein Werk blieb Torso.
Den August Sander, den habe ich gut gekannt. Ich kann mich noch genau erinnern, wie er über die Dörfer ging und Bilder machte. Und wenn er so fotografierte, dann sagte er immer zu den Leuten, machen Sie nicht so ein Fotografiergesicht, sondern das muss ganz natürlich werden, als wenn Sie überhaupt nicht fotografiert würden.
Take two.
Wir befinden uns hier in dem bekannten Kunstauktionshaus von Sotheby in London, wo heute wiederum eine Versteigerung von seltenen und wertvollen Fotografien stattfindet. Die Palette geht von der Erfindung der Fotografie.
£400 bid on this lot against all 450, 550, 650, 750, 850, 950, 1,000 against all at 1,000, 1,100, 1,200, 1,300, 1,400, 1,500, 1,600, 1,700, 1,800, 1,900, 2,000, 2,200. At 2,200, on my left, £2,200, selling them for 2,200. $65, $75, $85, $95, $110, $120, $120 on my right, $130, $140, $150, $160, $170, $180, $190, $200. 20, 220. Your bid, sir, 220. Selling them for 220.
Ja, hier ist Dorfmitte, gell? Und alles kommt hier auf dem Knotenpunkt zusammen. Und es ist nämlich schön, ihr kannst alles beobachten. Die Jungen, die kommen hier hin und gerade der Spiegel hier, der macht das, gell? Musst du mal oben ziehen. Hier, wenn die Jungen mit dem Moped hier, hier stehen die all. Da über am Zaun, da gibt es sonst nichts. Ihr könnt aber schöne Bilder sehen. Als Schützenkönig. Das ist meine Frau als Schützenkönigin. Das herrliche Bild, gell? Hey, Mutti. Komm her, ja, schöne Fotos hier. Hier kannst du mal richtig sehen, noch ein Aale Bauer, schau mal her.
Man ist hier Ihnen ähnlich.
Ach, ähnlich Rat nicht, gell? Nämlich so hintertraum ich auch gar nicht. Das ist doch nichts mehr. Das ist aus Großvaters Zeiten. Die hinter die Ahnen und die Hosenträger, so was. So was habe ich nicht mehr. Soll ich mich so hinstellen? Oh.
Die Schirm so lassen. Ja. Fertig? Dankeschön. Gell? Ja.
Soll ich Ihnen das in der Kamera zeigen? Hier diese Schwestern, die sind hier ganz aus der Nähe. Und zwar hießen die Thilo.
Sind Sie gerade gegenüber? Hier.
Aha. Kennen Sie das Bild?
Ja, Zerrufin kann ich auch.
Haben Sie auch?
Kann ich auch. Hätte Sander von Köln mal gemacht, ne?
So, warte. Wirst du jetzt den Buchhalter verkaufen?
Ja, ruf mal den Papa, der kann das mal sehen. Ruf mal hin.
Das Oma.
Da, hast du ein Madellchen. Ich habe die Fotografie schon gesehen.
Ja, die haben hier selber doch
Und
im Haus.
aus dessen Grund erkenne ich die auch. Bestimmt, die da.
War das der Sander? Wo kam der dann her? Was war
Der
das?
Sander war von Köln, der August Sander von Köln. Den kann ich mir noch genau vorstellen, als wir hier noch
War der
Tanzgestalten
öfters
haben.
hier?
Der August Sander war ein bekannter Fotograf.
Ja, ja.
Das ist wahr.
Hat er immer so ein Baskermütz hat er an. Ich weiß nicht, ob Sie ihn gekannt haben. Ein Baskermütz.
Ich kam mir noch so
Ja,
im
so
Geist.
was
kann ich mir gerade
sportlich,
noch
nicht? Hat
vorstellen,
so
ja.
ein
Ja, das war sein Hobby.
Sport.
Genau wie
Oh,
Sie
so
Ihr Hobby
was an.
betreiben wollten und wollen uns hier erhaschen, nicht wahr?
Das wär's.
Ja,
Danke.
bitte. So, jetzt bist du auch mal auf der Platte.
Dann hast du da wenigstens Ruhe, ne?
Ich kenne viel dadurch, da ich früher, wo man sagen, als Lehrling mich mit den Leuten zum Teil unterhalten habe und auch bedient habe. Ja. Was der, wie heißt der noch? Adam Schuh von Eitersen hier. Und das ist der Verein aus Ober-Isenburg, ja. Das ist ein früherer Freund von mir. Aber ich möchte nicht sagen, dass ich vorher erschossen hätte, ja. Das ist der Lehrer Wieland. Das ist der Lehrer Altgeld. Ja. Das ist mein Opa, also aus zweiter Ehe von meiner Stiefmutter hier. Wie heißt sie jetzt noch? Heinrich? Jetzt muss ich überlegen. Ja, Schäfer, ja. Das alte Herrchen, Lene Isenhardt, der stammt doch von Almersbach. Ja, da war noch so ein Ehepaar drin. Hier. August Müller und Juliane Müller, die wohnten hier in Neidessen, früher Gastwestes. Ehepaar. Das letzte ist das mein Opa jetzt. Eins im Original und eins ohne Original.
Wenn August Sander kam, der war immer so ein bisschen angezogen, so ein bisschen nach Künstler, so ein bisschen, ich weiß nicht, wie man sagt, so eine andere Welt. Und trotzdem verstand er mit allen Bauersleuten und so den einfachen Leuten gut umzugehen. Und die mochten ihn auch meistens alle leiden, weil er ja so, ich weiß nicht, volkstümlich kann man nicht sagen, ich weiß keinen richtigen Ausdruck dafür, wie er war. Es war eben August Sander.
Alfred, dreht dann noch mal runter.
Er nahm von vorne die Verschlusskappe weg und wieder drauf. Und dann war dann seine Belichtungszeit. Ne? So kann ich mir ihn vorstellen.
Ja, ich kann ein Bild mal sehen. Wenn ein Bild mal sehen, können die fotografieren.
Oh, ich hab doch eins gefunden.
Ja, das ist ein Bild, da bin ich drauf und dann mein Bruder Werner, der ist gefallen in Russland, in Kiew 41. Ist ja schon gefallen, der lebt nicht mehr. Und da habe ich nur ein Bein drauf, der andere Bein ist versteckt dahinter. Da hat meine Mutter immer beanstandet. Ich hätte nur ein Bein.
Die geballte Faust, das ist ein Beweis von Stärke und Willenskraft. Wer eine Faust macht und zu sich der Kamera stellt, das ist auch ein willensstarker Mensch. Würde ich niemals machen. Ich würde die Hände aufmachen. Aber der hat doch so, sehen Sie hier. Die nicht so. Die sieht doch leer gegen den aus.
Er hat kein Interesse in der Bauerschaft gehabt. Er hatte Förster werden wollen. Und das hatten die Eltern aber nicht zugelassen. Und jetzt geht Wilderen ne? War nichts dran zu wollen. Und da sind wir so ziemlich mit groß geworden, nur mit Rehfleisch. Und da kam der Bürgermeister Dörmer von Herrschen. Dann hat er zum Gemeinderat gesagt, das geht nicht mehr, das geht nicht mehr. Der lässt sich nicht kriegen von uns und wir müssen dem einen Jagdschein geben. Er hat einen Jagdschein gekriegt. Das ist meine Mama und die hat immer rote Backen, die hatte, also wie eine Kirsche, die sah aus wie das ewige Leben. Und nachher, wie sie 81 wurde, ist sie gestorben. Die roten Backen, die konnte man auch im Sarg sehen. Und die hat aber auch viel durchgemacht im Leben. Ich mit dem Papa, weil der so radedoll war und alle möglichen Sachen drehte. Ne? Und nicht arbeiten mussten im Leben wie ein Stück Vieh. Die hat den ganzen Stall gemacht, wenn der Papa fort war auf die Jagd. Der ließ alles im Stich. Wenn die Witte kam, der konnte den Heu rennen oder nicht, der lief im Jagd noch.
Man sieht immer noch wieder, also dass es noch Menschen gibt, die für die früheren Zeiten ein Herz haben. Und nicht gerade nur für das heutige System. Ja. Also mich freut das. Hier ist von ganz früher, wie sie den Schwemmstein auf der Schulter, der Mauer oben hingetragen haben.
Ja, aber das waren keine schönen Zeiten, oder? Das waren auch schwere Zeiten, oder?
Ja, du kannst richtig was sagen. Das war eine schwere Zeit, aber die Leute fanden sich damals zufrieden. Warum nicht? Wenn man zufrieden ist, ist das Leben immer schön, ne? Was tue ich über Millionen und kann sie nicht verwalten, ne? Dann bin ich doch ein armer Kerl.
Dieses Bild ist mein Vater und wurde 1931 vom Herrn Sander gemacht. 1931 war eine furchtbare Zeit, wo wir 6 Millionen Arbeitslose im Land hatten. Die Landwirtschaft war sehr verschuldet. Das kann man diesen Berufsständlern an den Gesichtern anschauen, wenn man hier richtig hinschaut. Und das hat dieser Herr Sander immer festgehalten.
Warum hast du da eine Uhr an?
Die Uhr war echt. Früher.
Meine Schwester, die lebt noch. Die wird nächste Woche 73 Jahre alt. Ist auch nicht mehr so dick, wie sie damals war. Hier haben wir gestanden, 1926. Auf demselben Platz. Da hatten wir jede neue Spangenschuhe, ne? Das waren die ersten. Mit grauen Strümpfen, das war modern. Ja. Prost! Prost! Ja.
Setz dich du.
Du stellst schöner, ne?
Ich stelle mich drin.
Schöner, ja.
Ich kann das auch so machen.
Ja. Und da kamen wir mal Sonntagmorgens und da stand hinter dem Haus eine Ackerwalze. Und mein Vater Steuerrat da am Hof und er sagte, setzen Sie sich mal gerade drauf. Und der setzte sich da drauf und dann machte er ein Bild von dem.
In der Allerskleider.
Ja, in den Werk des
Blaue Kleider.
Und Einige Wochen später, da brachte ein Bild mit Rahmen. Ja, das ist es. Und sagte, hier, die Bilder, da mache ich eine Ausstellung.
Er hat diese Aufnahmen von den Schweinen gemacht, welche die Nazis darstellen sollten, weil er und sein Sohn ja ein verfolgter Mensch war. Erich wurde mit kommunistischen Flugblättern erwischt und zu Zuchthausstrafen verurteilt. Er hat dann in Trostorf im Walzwerk gearbeitet und der Sander konnte sie immer über sein Wohlbefinden überzeugen, indem er ihn regelmäßig besuchen durfte. Plötzlich aber erhielt er die Nachricht seines Todes und da war er der Überzeugung, dass man ihn umgebracht hatte.
Hier hat er gewohnt, der August Sander. Hier war seine Wohnung. Mit Arbeitszimmer und wo die Filme entwickeln, Schlafzimmer.
Also hier, das ist das Bild vom Eduard, das ist unser Knecht. Der ist schon seit 14 Lebensjahr hier. Und da hat der August Sander das geknipst. Ne? Schafft das Tagewerk meiner Hände, hohes Glück, das ich vollende. Lass, oh lass mich nicht ermatten. Nein, es sind nicht leere Träume. Jetzt nur stangen diese Bäume, geben einst noch Frucht und Schatten. Von Goethe, mit allen guten Wünschen, ihr August Sander. Und diese Karte hier habe ich vom August Sander zum Geburt meines Sohnes bekommen. Und die habe ich mir so lange verwahrt.
Okay.
Ich weiß nicht, irgendwo müssen sie sein. Hier sind Bilder. Ach, das sind halbe Schinken. Ob das auch eins ist, oder? Nein, das ist es nicht. Hier kann es nicht sein. Das war ja ein Großbild. Was da drin ist, weiß ich überhaupt nicht. Die Kessel. Aber da vielleicht drin ist.
2,400, 2,600, 2,800, 3,000. At £3,000, sold them for £3,000. Walter. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Is it just the next slide? Yeah. Okay, great.
I think it's already on it.
Yeah. Oops. There we go. Okay, great. Hello, I am Tess Hamilton. I'm conservator of time-based media and photographs at the Met. This is Paul, my speaking partner. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about materiality and the material of photographs and portraits, and I think just emphasize this idea that the only way we can really understand visual culture or portraiture or the history of art is by understanding the materials that kind of mediate our experience of these images. So this is a portrait of Juna Barnes, modernist author, by Bernice Abbott. You can see, it's this very kind of soft, very flattering, beautiful portrait of Juna. Really kind of fits the pictorialist aesthetic of the time. This is taken in the 20s. Really kind of flattering for like a woman artist, a woman author of the age. And then this is also a portrait of Juna Barnes. So you can see it's very sharp, it's in focus, it's high contrast. You can see all the details of her face. She has this very kind of like sly look on her face, this very graphic outfit. And it really is, she has this very like authorial presence in it. It's kind of fitting for someone like Juna, who was really kind of pushing the boundaries of what was acceptable at the time, writing one of the most important modernist novels, documenting like hunger strikes that suffragettes were doing, really kind of pushing the boundaries of what was acceptable for a woman author. So obviously these are both the same portrait. The one on the left is from 1925. It was printed around the same time that Bernice Abbott took the actual negative. And then the one on the right is printed in 1988. So Bernice Abbott is going back 60 years later and revisiting her work. And then obviously making these two prints that look very different and convey very different meanings. And looking at these two photographs, I think it would be really easy to kind of chalk up the differences to changes in aesthetics or changes in visual culture or changes in taste. And all of that is very true, but the changes are also very much due to the materials, the papers that were available to Bernice Abbott when she was making these prints, and what she could use. So this paper on the left, you can see now that we're looking kind of under the microscope, you can see the paper fibers. It's this very thin, soft paper. There's not a good pure white, like you can't get good white or good black in a paper like this, so you're never gonna have high contrast. And this paper on the right, super smooth, super bright, very high contrast. The silver grain can render detail in a way that the paper on the left can't. So you could never print 1980s Juna in the 1920s and vice versa. It's just not possible. And that's because the materials themselves are changing. So, when we think about photography, we often think about, and same with digital media, we think about the images themselves. And I think it's easy to do that because, these are all like manufactured materials. But in some ways, these images are like more dependent because you are kind of at the mercy of these larger ecosystems and economies and manufacturers that are kind of dictating what is available and how things can look. And so, of course, artists, they're not victims of these ecosystems. Part of being an artist is kind of transforming the materials that you have at your disposal. And I think that kind of becomes really clear in this Lucas Samara self-portrait. So this is a Polaroid. So as the Polaroid came out of the camera, before the chemistry has really set up, Samaras is going in with his hands and manipulating those dyes and kind of pushing and pulling the material out of plane. And so as he does this, he's like really stretching his body and deforming his body by deforming the material itself, and kind of like interfering with that direct relationship of, the Polaroid is what was in the back of the camera, light touched it, came out, and now he's kind of mediated that. And then artists, of course, can also kind of challenge or transcend these like ecosystems of materials that they work in. And this portrait of Robert Mapplethorpe, I think, is a really good example of that. So this is taken very close to the end of his life. He's been diagnosed with AIDS. He's dying. He knows he's dying. And then he makes this very kind of poignant portrait of himself with the skull cane. But on top of that, he decides to print it on platinum palladium process. So this is a 19th century technique for making prints. By the 1980s, it was very out of vogue. No one had really been practicing it for 80 plus years. There was only maybe 2 printers who could make this kind of print. And that's who he chooses to work with to make this print. And platinum and palladium are more noble than silver, which means they are less prone to chemical deterioration. They're more stable over time. And on top of that, he's choosing a paper that is very expressive. It's very thick and rough and textural, and it feels more like a printmaker's paper than a photograph paper at the time, because you saw on like 80s Juna, it's very like smooth and bright. And this paper is not that. It has more color, it has more texture, it has more depth. So by choosing this paper and by choosing this process, he's both connecting back to this more classical tradition of printmaking, while also making something that is going to, in theory, last forever or last a really long time. So through this work, by kind of challenging or stepping outside of the material ecosystems that he exists in, he's creating this immortality within his art, even as he knows he himself is dying. So, you know, I think understanding these materials gives us much deeper understanding of, you know, art history and how these artists are working. But it's also really essential to understand kind of broader material culture, visual culture, and what we kind of assume to be true or take for granted within kind of the images we look at. And I think that's really clear in this artwork by John Baldessari. It's a video piece called Police Drawing. And so what Baldessari does is he goes into a classroom of art students. He sets up a camera, an easel, and a bench, and he's there for like 5-ish minutes, and then he walks out, and then a police sketch artist comes in, and the police sketch artist takes kind of the testimonies or the witness statements of these art students and then makes a drawing of John Baldessari. And so, so the camera, it's at this really weird angle, like it's often like cutting people's heads off and like moving around and falling out of focus and coming back in focus, as all these students are giving kind of these contradictory statements. So they're kind of arguing like, oh, he was in his 30s. No, he was in his 70s. No, he looked so old. He had gray hair. He had glasses. He didn't have glasses, right? And so the students are giving kind of this one layer of like separation from the artist. And then the camera, by being so kind of shaky and weird, is giving another layer of mediation. And then the sketch, of course, is a whole nother layer. On top of that, you can see that the quality of this video is not very good. He's using really narrow video stock, can't record very much detail, and on top of that, it has since been digitized. And every time you reproduce something, you get generational loss, whether you're going from analog to analog or analog to digital. Like the quality goes down, there's just more kind of material interference between the image and what has actually happened, just kind of like the police drawing itself, where you have these multiple layers of mediation from the artist walking into the room, to the testimonies, to the drawings, to the video. Yeah, and with that, I'm gonna pass it off to Paul to talk more.
Such a good job, Tess. Reiner's prompt, can a portrait embody both violence and healing? Thank you, Reiner. This is my response to that, and my answer is yes. This is Fred Weichel, photographed in 2016. This is the first time I saw Fred. However, I'd been working for Fred for about a year prior. Fred was convicted in 1981 of murder. He had served, ultimately he served 36 years in prison, but he maintained his innocence throughout. The reason he was in the courtroom that day, and sort of the subject of what I was working on, was the emergence of this binder. This is a police binder of evidence that was withheld by the police and emerged in 2015, 2014. And so let's take a look at this binder. We'll open it up and just flip through some pages. So this was not available to Fred's defense team, but you know, it's full of information. Here's a letter, here's a report. We're gonna get back to that report. The next page is this composite sketch, and it just goes on and on with evidence. In the back, there is another portrait. This is a composite portrait of the suspect in the case, and it's on photographic paper. It's a stabilized photographic paper And this is how, which was in the 70s, this is how you made rapid copies of photographs. And these are notoriously bad. Stabilized is a complete misnomer. They're not stabilized at all. They are intrinsically destructive to themselves and anything put in close proximity to them. But this is how the sketch was reproduced and distributed during the investigation. So just wrap it up and close that binder. I said we were going to look at this letter, and this was the central piece of the binder. Is this letter? It's really a report, and the report says, just to kind of, I guess it's probably just more efficient if I just read it. This detective on the case, Detective Leahy, he, let's see, received a phone call at home from a person who was known to me for several years, who stated that he had seen the composite and that there was no doubt in his mind that it was Rocco Bolero. He is known to him, and he was also aware that Rocco had weekend leave from Friday. Rocco was in prison, and that he did not return. That was during the time of the murder. Sunday, June 8th, 19th, the writer went to Bridgewater MCI, it's a prison in Massachusetts, showed the composite to at least 10 guards, and they all seemed to think it was Rocco. Well, I mean, this is exculpatory evidence, right? From, the police had another suspect. Well, the Commonwealth contested that. They said, well, wait a minute. It doesn't say anywhere that this is the Weichel case. Maybe this just got put in the binder by accident. And anyway, if you turn the page, it's the wrong composite. So it just negated, this is Fred's ticket, and it just gets negated by those two factors. And so this is where, the material history that Tess was talking about kind of comes into play, and this is where, my role became relevant, I guess you'd say. Under UV, we just, this is a very common technique in conservation. We look at things under all kinds of different lighting conditions, UV being kind of an alternative light. You can see that on the back of this is the visible, and then this is the UV. And on that left is the back of that Leahy report. And you can see that there's some really clear kind of tape marks and impressions kind of burned into the back of that report. Very clearly, you see those in UV. Where do we, and here, here they are just for emphasis. So where do we see those? Where's the origin? Right here. In the back of the notebook is the correct composite. This is so not only does it link the report to Fred Weichel's case, because this is the composite that was used for Fred Weichel's case, but it indicates that Detective Leahy was not using the wrong composite. He had this composite. The original configuration in the notebook was Leahy report and this composite. And it got altered to cause, basically to scuttle Fred's chances for a fair defense. So here's the as it still stands to this day, this is the exact order. Leahy report, the back of the Leahy report on the left, we call him the glasses guy. The glasses guy on the right, we don't even know who glasses guy is. But this was the original configuration, right? It's the same dimensions. And then we have these matching indications of the tape mark. And what's going on here is, I told you that the stabilized material is really destructive, and it is truly destructive. And it has, for many, many years, had effectively burned its way into the back of the Leahy report. And that's the evidence. The other question then became, well, okay, did the composite get separated deliberately? Was that something that the police did intentionally? And so we started looking at every page in the binder, and the pages under UV, okay. Wait, does that mean I have 5 minutes left? Oh, we're in great shape. We are in great shape. Thank you. Or I'm 5 minutes over. That would have been terrible. Okay, so I'll pick up the pace maybe a little bit. Under UV, we can see the influence of mold, right? These little mold spores. They're forming these corresponding marks, one page to another page. Like, do you see those, how they correspond one to one? You don't see this in visible light, but you see it clearly under UV. So it's like a little trail of breadcrumbs that leads you through the binder. And what we could assert by looking at all of those breadcrumbs is that the only changes in the binder was between the Leahy report and the composite, the correct composite that was used in Fred's investigation. So this is the whole binder. That's the Leahy report. There's our glasses guy. And here's where the correct composite ended up. So we were able to assert not only does the binder provide exculpatory evidence, but that Detective Leahy showed the right composite when he made the visit to the guards at MCI. Fred eventually was released. He was eventually rewarded $33 million in a suit against Massachusetts. Massachusetts, however, caps its liability at $1 million. Wouldn't you like that too, to cap your liability? Eventually, he did get a settlement of $14 million. And there's Fred, lower right, when he went into prison. He was 30 years old. He spent 36 years in prison. Here's that binder again. And I think the reason this story occurred, I thought that I would talk about this story is that because of Reiner's prompt, this idea of portraits having the power to both heal and be indications of violence, but also this idea that, as Tess was saying, materials instantiate intention, they instantiate the temporal elements to materials, they instantiate creativity, but they also carry truth. And materials never lie. Thank you.
Kind of purposely misleading or challenging, and it is the actual materiality of the objects that is able to kind of, reveal both where that falls flat in the Baldassare piece and then also what is actually evidentiary in this case study or this kind of exoneration.
Yeah, even though Fred didn't get his $33 million, that did go to a jury, and it was the first time a jury actually said he was innocent, and he said at that point, I didn't care about the money. It didn't make any difference to me at all. It was the fact that I was found innocent. You can't technically be found innocent, but the jury proclaimed that he was innocent. And that comes right out of the discovery of that binder and the interpretation of the materials in that binder. Yeah?
I'm also, I guess I'll ask you one quick question in 24 seconds, Paul.
Oh, sure.
So I feel like, you know, in conservation, we're often kind of existing in these institutional spaces of like museums or libraries and kind of looking back at more historical documents. And, you know, I don't know, I guess we both talked a little bit about like the importance of material literacy, but I'm curious what you think about that kind of extending into these non-institutional or like other institutional spaces.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's so interesting because I think, and Tess, your talk was the perfect illustration of how much materials matter when it comes to photography, but I don't think that's an intuitive position, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we don't come to, photography is fundamentally image-based, right? I mean, that's what we think, and certainly, you know, in a contemporary sense, you know, these disembodied images that we are producing every day on our phones almost serve to, you know, confirm that it's an image. But just like with a phone, you know, the cloud storage consumes energy, it has environmental costs, has human costs. It's tied to the earth in some way, shape, or form. And certainly photography has always been that way. More so probably in the analog world.
Yeah, but still so now with digital, for sure.
Yeah.
So, leave it there. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm V. Darling, and I'm in conversation with Meredith Davenport. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the photos that I'm showing. Many thanks to the curatorial team, Reiner especially. He's a tremendous influence on my photographic practice. And thank you for including me in this exhibition. Meredith and I are going to be talking about ancestral inheritance. So I'm going to speak on mine. We will start with this photo. This is one of the photos in the show. In December 2021, my aunt, pictured here, Rhonda von Balmus, passed away after a long battle with cancer. We had her American funeral at the church I grew up in Montgomery Village, Maryland, during the COVID-19 lockdown, and because of the COVID restrictions and my mom and all of her siblings having 27 siblings and vastly more cousins, the invite list to the funeral was very exclusive. Being as her son, who's pictured right there, and her are everyone's favorite. She was everyone's favorite aunt, sister, cousin, what have you. It really was one of the most devastating blows to our family since the 90s when my maternal grandfather was murdered in Liberia's second civil war. By the time that we realized that she was the glue that held our family together, it was already disintegrating. And so I suppose now's a good time to give some context about my family. These are my parents, Dorothy Richards and Winston Talbert. Those children are my eldest siblings, aged 12 and 9 respectively, or 12 and 9 years older than me. Obviously, they are not 12 and 9 in that photo. This is me and my sister, who's 2 years older than me. Both sides of my family are very well-known, prominent families in my mother country of Liberia and Equatorial West Africa, a country with a very complicated and controversial history. This is a very far cry from our beyond humble origins, being as both of my grandfathers are descended from people who were emancipated from chattel slavery in the United States of America and repatriated to Liberia after the American Civil War by the American Colonization Society. This society, in fact, founded Liberia. It was formed by abolitionists and anti-Black racists alike to solve what W.E.B. Du Bois referred to as the Negro problem. And in exchange for their helping to end slave trade in that region, the settlers were allowed by the chiefs of the region to come and settle in parts of the land. Our family patriarch, Daniel Frank Talbert, was from a town in North Carolina in Greenwood County called 96. That is 96. And my Talbert ancestors took the name of the family who bought the plantation they were enslaved on and emancipated them, the Talbert family. Daniel Frank Talbert, who I pour libations to in my indigenous spiritual practice, fought in the Civil War for the Union. And he and his family were awarded land for that, which they later had to abandon due to being terrorized by the KKK. And that is what caused them to leave on a ship called the Azor and head for West Africa. This is a photo of his son, Daniel Frank Jr., and his family. Obviously, he is not as poor as his father or his father's father. And this is in part because he decided to integrate into the indigenous Pele tribe, assimilating to their ways and means. And this is a very major contributing factor as to their prodigious success in agriculture and business, because they worked with the pre-existing tribes to proliferate their business. And this secured a legacy that would last over a century. My ancestors founded Bensonville, aka Bentel, in Montserrata County. Right behind Bentel is Todi, where my paternal grandmother, Ma Kema, is from. And that's my sister, my niece, and my grandmother, and myself. Right before I started at Hunter, actually. And she's an indigenous woman whose father was Pele, and whose mother was Gola. She speaks both dialects as well as English, unlike my grandfather, who came from wealth and privilege. She was a farmer's daughter who was forced to forego school to help raise her younger siblings, and she became a mother to my father at the age of 14. My mother's father, Vanja Richards, was a sculptor and choral master at the University of Liberia. He attended the Arts Institute of Chicago. His lineage repatriated from Rockbridge County, Virginia, known for their, this is Rockbridge County, known for their famous natural rock bridge formation. And they helped to settle the town of Clay Ashland in the St. Paul River district of Montserrado County. Poorly, might I add, because if it were not for the indigenous people, surely they would have died, as many settlers did. This is my maternal grandmother, Angeline Wata Allison, née Glover, and her family is actually Kisi from Guinea. One of my aunts said that she was also Vai, but this particular aunt doesn't always tell the truth, so Ma Kema told me that's not true, and we'll never know, I guess. But Ma Wata also grew up in poverty, but rose above her abysmal circumstances through an enterprising spirit and established herself as a millionaire by her own merit. She practiced our indigenous traditions for better or worse, and is another ancestor I pour libations for. And then, of course, there is my biological grandfather, William R. Talbert Jr., with whom some might say that the Talbert legacy ended due to his assassination during the April 1980 coup. This is probably the single most important event in my immediate family's history, and it is also the catalyzation of destabilization in Liberia. It is by no accident that this happened after Willie Talbert, who was the 20th president of Liberia, chose to stand with the other decolonizing African countries in their non-alignment positionality during the Cold War, against the will of the American government. It probably also didn't help that he was pro-Palestine, pro-indigenous, and anti-corruption. This was the powder keg for his swift removal by American Central Intelligence in collusion with Liberian rebel factions. And before I continue, I cannot emphasize enough the privilege that it is to have access to my family history and the histories of the tribes that I was born into. As a first-generation Liberian American, I'm keenly aware of the violent erasure of lineage and heritage by chattel slavery and Euro-colonization. The sense of being moralist without knowing who your peoples are, what land you came from, all of this was an intentional act of warfare used against the African people and global indigenous populations during Euro-colonization. And that actually brings me to this photo that is also in the exhibition of my maternal cousin, Mope Omo Adesolo, who is half Gisi and half Yoruba. My cousin and I consider ourselves, and have since we were teenagers, as Afrofuturists. I come from a long line of abolitionists, freedom fighters, and Pan-Africanists on my father's side, and this is an inheritance I choose to continue developing. Our resistance of Euro-colonial assimilation was not intentional, it was just the way that we always were. They grew up in London, Holland, Orlando, Florida, and East Orange, New Jersey, and I grew up in an idyllic Eurocentric suburb in a governmental petri dish called Montgomery County, where my immediate family experienced the material expression of my parents' trauma after my mother's parents and my father's adopted and biological fathers, trigger warning here, were murdered in cold blood. While I had my ancestral inheritance of status in my homeland and social graces that have given me upward social mobility, the inheritance of access to wealth had either dried up through misappropriation or corruption years before I was born. And though for the first 17 years of my life, I could not return safely to my country, it was very important to my family that we maintained our culture and heritage in the face of pressure to assimilate. So with all that being said, back to my aunt's funeral. She had two, one in Montgomery Village and one in Clay Ashland. It was our duty to give a party after each of them for the repast, and it was expected of us to be generous and hospitable hosts. Little is more important to Liberians, especially Congo Liberians, as the settlers are called, as decorum and respectability. At no point during the service or afterwards were we allowed to openly grieve as Africans do, moaning and wailing, weeping and gnashing, because that would embarrass our family in front of the white people who were in attendance. I remember having to clutch my heart to keep from sobbing openly during the service, and the stiff upper lip I had to adopt whilst I read a poem I'd written for the occasion. When my Aunt Vera loudly sobbed, we were all meant to perform embarrassment on her behalf, even though we all actually found it funny. This is a family member on my maternal grandfather's side. I don't know him. I have too many family members to know all of them, considering that my dad also has 25 siblings. You can see that he has the same complexion as my mom. He's jolly and gregarious as the men on that side of my family are, and around his neck is the crest of Liberia. You'll also notice that not a single person looks forlorn in any of these photos from this series, and some might say they even look picturesque. This could be indicative of my skill as a photographer, and if you think so, thank you, but really it's because public image is of paramount importance to Congo culture. We are not allowed to show our feelings, and I think that this photo set really reflects a warped version of the African tradition of celebrating someone's life with not only masking one's feelings, but completely checking out of them. The public expression of grief at the funeral is to make room for genuine celebration of life, but that can't happen when people are too busy attempting to look proper. So I'm gonna skip forward a little bit and note that I'm sober, and this was about 7 months after my first anniversary, and I was terrified of drinking again. So because of that, and because no one ever taught us how to process through our emotions, hold grief, or how to move through the density of heartbreak, I brought my camera to hide behind, which is something that I've been doing for a long time. It seemed to me that nobody really noticed the abject agony behind my cousin's eyes as he tried to be ever hospitable in the face of losing the person he was closest to in this world. It seemed to me that nobody asked either of my aunts if they needed help with cooking or cleaning, and that perhaps I was the only one who was able to step outside of the glamorous illusion we had all inherited with tremendous skill at conjuring to the reality of the situation, which was that our family would never be the same again. This is because we are Richard's people, and we had an image to maintain. We had to give a good party, we had to be good hosts. And when the first rounds of liquor ran out, my cousins went out for more. So much so that an outsider of the family asked what exactly we had to prove. I still don't have an answer to that. I think one of the inheritances that I've decided to let go of is masking and pursuing inebriation in order to do that. I've never been good at it. I'm autistic and I have ADHD. And it is by choice that I choose to no longer participate in this particular ritual and perpetuate this particular ancestral inheritance. I cannot elucidate at this time the deep impact that this experience had on my life, but I can say this. Because of the deterioration of my lifeblood, or rather the lifeblood of my lineage, I choose to remain as an abolitionist, an Afrofuturist, an indigenous futurist, because everything that I do is for 7 generations before me, after me, and in every direction. I know that that's the true desire of my ancestors, to break our chains, not to continue them. Whether colonizer or colonized, oppressor or oppressed, Eurocolonialism, I feel, kills us all. And on my blood, I'm not going to go down that easily. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, V. That was amazing. Thank you, Reiner, and all the team. I'm grateful to be here with V. So my story is very different, and my father, this is a picture of my father. I was born in Louisiana, and my whole life I knew that our family had a history in Louisiana that was very long. And I think around 16, I kind of heard or learned that we also enslaved people on a plantation outside of the town where my dad was. And I grew up visiting back and forth. So about 8 years ago, I started to do some research. And I knew it was something I was always going to do some research on and learn about and work on. So I'm going to kind of move fast because I want to have a little conversation with V. So I asked my dad, and he pulled out a big box, and under the TV, a storage box. And under that box was a deed that had been stored with his baby book and a bunch of old documents that was for a 14-year-old girl named Elizabeth. And he didn't know it was there, and he didn't think about it. He had hung some deeds that were framed in a frame along with some Confederate money on the wall of our entryway to our home. And those deeds had come from his office. He was a lawyer in the small town of Monroe, Louisiana. And he had those hanging on his office wall. And he was a defense attorney, a criminal defense attorney, and served many black people in that community. So they would come into his office and see this deed with this money framed. And I didn't understand it because I knew my father, and this goes back to the Reiner's question about sort of what you see on one photo as a victim then has this whole other story. My story is the reverse. I saw the man reading to his child, but he was also this perpetrator of a certain kind. And that it just didn't, it was a dissonance that I still can't completely understand. And that's the kind of foundation of the work I'm doing, is not about the physical, it's about this inheritance of this trauma, or trauma's not the right word, this inheritance of violence that I felt in my bones for a long time, and I think my father did too. And so there's many things to say. I've been working on this for many years. I have found many documents, including this KKK. There's a story around my family history with the KKK in Louisiana. One of the important moments in the work has been that I was able to reconnect with some of my ancestors who are black, and there's many because we enslaved probably hundreds of people, but the people that I was able to connect with were a relationship of love that happened after the Civil War. There were two brothers, and so they're not that far distance, and I became close with one of them, Wilma Davenport, and so the work is about the other thing that's important in the work is that I asked my dad about the deed, and I said, Dad, why do you have this on the wall next to Molly's wedding pictures? I don't understand. And he said, that's the way things were done back then, and they were like family. And those narratives were the starting point for my work, because I was like, the danger isn't these histories, it's the narratives that we create and the photos are attached to those narratives, and the dissonance of those narratives and how we use those narratives. And I can see personally in my family the damage that those narratives have done to us as a family, and on very personal levels. But So this is Wilma. Wilma has become a very dear and treasured friend, and I've spent a lot of time in Louisiana with her and getting to know her and her family. But the story is bigger than that, and that's the other thing that I'm really conscious about, is that a lot of times I think people want a cozy, simple narrative to kind of like Hollywood ending to close it up, and that's not the case here. I'm continuing to do research about my ancestor who was a slave, who was the captain of a ship that was used in the slave trade as well. So it's very deep and dark and hard to look at, to be honest. But I'm going to end there because I want us to we have 1 minute and 35 seconds, so let's do it.
Meredith, I love your photos.
Thank you.
What you were talking about made me think of like the lost cause narrative, and I wonder if that is something that ever came up or you felt like trickled into your experiences and like world building growing up.
Yeah, it's in everything. I think the lost cause narrative is still it's very alive in the South, and this idea, that yes, it's completely deep in the narratives. I grew up with people who use the N-word regularly, and and it's still just underneath the surface. If you start scratching around, it's not used like in a clear way, but it's just kind of gently under the surface sometimes. So it doesn't take much to pick it out. It's very deep in the narratives.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. We spoke earlier about like liminality and existing kind of like on the borderline, and I'd like to know more about like your experience, because I know you said it like this photo project is not so much about like forgiveness. It seems more to me like a transmutation process, and I'd love to hear like what that transmuting of liminality is for you.
Well, I think I think it's true for you too. You live in between these worlds, and those spaces are, as we talked about, very lonely sometimes. And I think that there's a desire to do some deeper. And again, coming back to the question about healing and photography, like there's some way that you want to heal, and I think there's maybe an atonement or some kind of the work that we get to do as artists and as people who are thinking through these things gives us the space to reckon is a word that's used a lot, but you can't repair this. What's been done has been done, but to find a way, and like we were talking about, to unwrinkle that piece for ourselves and those that we love and the people around us is, I think, what we can do. I mean, do you agree with me? How do you I want to return that question to you.
Yeah, and I do well, my grandfather was also the head of the World Baptist Alliance, so I know a lot about the Bible. And I do practice the practice of atonement, which is taking an honest account of my actions and doing my best to make reparations for ways in which I've caused harm. And that is an idea that like that sets it right in the universe, more so even if they don't accept my apology, like it's not about the apology even, it's about the actions I've taken to rectify whatever it is that I've done. And I do believe that, each of us has a role to play in the revolution, and mine is to continue my grandfather's work as a champion of the indigenous people. Now, back in the 80s, people had a lot of negative stuff to say about him, but now most people can agree that he was one of the best presidents we had. And I think that is because of his willingness to put his privilege on the line for people who were obviously less privileged than himself.
Good, thanks.
Good afternoon. I'm Stephanie Stiebisch, and Caroline and I are going to focus on acknowledging the Holocaust, photography, and art. I will look through the lens of the artist Boris Lorry, and I share with you this very powerful quote: "The basis of my art education I obtained in a camp like Buchenwald." This is a shocking and provocative and true statement by Boris Lorry. So you may ask, who was Boris Lorry? He was a Holocaust survivor, an artist, an activist, and a co-founder of the New York avant-garde movement called No Art. He was born in 1924. You see an image of him in the in the upper left there. He was born in 1924 in Leningrad, or today St. Petersburg, and he died in New York City in 2008. I share with you an image taken from the Hunter College gallery, the Leibsdorf Gallery, of one of his most important and iconic works, which is this No Art suitcase. Back to his quote and this notion of art education, it actually began for him as a teen living in Riga, Latvia. He had private art lessons afforded to him by his wealthy and assimilated Jewish family. Although he was not a photographer, photography was very important to him for both his art making, his identity, and his personal history. At the age of 16, with the Nazi invasion of Latvia, his family was placed in the Riga ghetto, and they were separated by sex. He and his father would move on to 4 labor camps during the Nazi period. He did sneak back to his apartment in the ghetto to retrieve dear family photographs, and you see them in the vitrine in the upper right, which is part of a traveling exhibition that focuses on his wartime series of drawings of prisoners and guards, as well as paintings of his mother before being shot, which is the actual title of the work. These are, again, cherished photographs that he would then blow up and place in his studio. He always lived with these images. That was, frankly, his only inheritance. He also collected rare photographs from the Holocaust. So I mentioned his father, and he went through camps. The fate of his grandmother, mother, younger sister, and his beloved girlfriend was very different. They were marched off, an unknown photographer, surreptitiously taken. Those kinds of images were forbidden. They were marched to the Rumbala forest. And this is quite surprising because these individuals are actually identified. They were stripped, and then they were methodically shot. Over 2 days, some 25,000 people lost their lives. This was not known to Boris, but he would learn of it after the war. Then in the center, you have something called the railroad collage. Like when he came to America in '46 with his father and began his art career studying at the Art Students League, he too was drawn to images in Life magazine, these horrible images from the Holocaust. He did not shy away from them. He took them as his history, and he used an image, that's his railroad collage. He uses an image of bodies piled up in this railroad carriage and contrasted with pinups, this sort of observing of women. He collected, again, both Holocaust images and pinups in a you cannot forget, you must look, you must view these images. This was integral to his art making, although he moved into more black and white, sort of abstract expressionist paintings. I want to share with you also some of his photography, again, not used in his artwork, but deeply important to him. So some 50 years after leaving Latvia, he goes back, and this is in the 1974, and he goes to Rumbala. He goes to this site which holds his family's history, and he takes these very banal, these are all his images, these very kind of banal tourist photos. You have no idea really what took place there, but it is deeply meaningful for him. He's also trying to understand the site, and on the ship stationery, he's starting to map it. Where were the different killing fields? Where might the graves be? And at this time, it was only through his advocacy, because when he arrives, he sees this very simple plaque and monument in various languages that says, "Here are the victims of fascism." Again, this did not for him come even close to conveying the truth, and it was only with his advocacy as some of the few Latvian Jews that survived the Holocaust that they advocate for a larger, complex memorial site, more prominent in 2002, where they actually list the names of the victims and gave greater identity to all of this. So he talks about the emotional impact of taking the photography and this notion of measuring and understanding and composing for himself what this history might have been. You might ask, what kind of art would you make after that kind of an experience? His Holocaust experience, again, working between abstract expressionism and pop art and the no art movement, then going back to confront his family history. This is the last series. So he goes to Latvia in the 70s. He takes a 30-year pause in art making, in part because he's focused on his memoir. All these histories are coming up, and he realizes he needs to record it. He was also a poet. So again, he's an art maker, he's a poet, and now he's writing his memoir called In Riga. This is the very last series he would do, again, some 5 years before his death, very provocatively and descriptively named the Axe series. And it's a sort of a conceptual piece. He actually didn't make these. He instructed someone else, a fellow artist, to make them, and he would set them all up. And the trick is to actually hit the axe very deeply in there to keep the axe. Again, there's so many possible interpretations of this work. Boris himself, when he was in the camps, he was often assigned to cut wood for the fireplaces. He was an anti-war activist, a protester or marcher, particularly against the Vietnam War. And so he thought often about the cutting down of young lives. And then, of course, we have Rumbala here in the forest, more loss of life. These would be the last works he would create and leave with us. And he really found himself as someone who needed to speak for his family, as an artist, as a memoirist, as a poet, through photography as well. And so again, photography was not his main creative outlet. He came to photography to insert as in collage with his own work, and he used photography, importantly, to understand himself and his experiences and those of others. And now I introduce my colleague to speak about Gerhard Richter.
Hi. I'm starting with Gerhard Richter, who overpaints photographs, and in Birkenau 2014 he overpainted the Auschwitz Sonderkommando photographs from 1944 taken by this man Alberto Herrera. And the next photo shows us that his photos were actually smuggled out of the concentration site out of the camp to be buried in a field, and then they were later unburied, and they're now at Yad Vashem, and they were smuggled out in an empty toothpaste. Birkenau contains, this is Gerhard Richter, a gesture of erasure. Richter set out to draw the photographs onto large canvases to work on them further, but then became frustrated and ended up overpainting them with a giant squeegee. Herrera's photos are now buried again under the paint. But Birkenau also represents Germany's working through the past. It's housed in a specially designed Richter pavilion near the Auschwitz Museum. And visitors are invited to contemplate Richter's monumental paintings next to the tiny photographs by Herrera on the side, and also to see themselves looking in the large gray glass slabs. I did that at DR Beacon, where they have only the glass slabs. Richter also made some other colorful glass windows for the Cologne Cathedral, for example. He liked glass. And then he made these about 1,000 overpainted snapshots, photographs that he had collected. And that's the Cologne Cathedral window and the art opening. Birkenau was perceived by some people as manipulative, obscene, or a glorification of the Holocaust. Jewish artist Leon Kahan said, "I wonder why the Auschwitz Committee participated in this project. That's still very unclear to me." Perhaps that's because the Richter Pavilion was actually funded by Volkswagen. Christoph Heubner, the vice president of the International Holocaust Committee, worked for Volkswagen for many years. The factory had used 20,000 slave laborers under the Nazis and has since funded a lot of Holocaust studies as reparations. Richter, according to Benjamin Buchloh, was inspired by a sentence from Christian theologian Karl Jaspers in 1946, quote, "I live after such a thing that has happened, and this weighs upon me as indelible guilt," end of quote. Jaspers' universalized guilt levels the difference between victims and perpetrators, and Buchloh sees Richter as having made an ethical choice for the, quote, "erasure of traumatic images over representation." I wonder whether there might be secondary anti-Semitism involved here. The term was coined by Adorno, and Lars Rensmann describes it as, I quote, "Jews being made responsible for the collective remembrance of the Holocaust and turned into an externalized superego. And this appears to persecute the individual by constantly reminding Germans of their crimes and their guilt. This then instigates feelings of inferiority and the desire to find opportunities to dismantle the projected moral authority," end of quote. So does Birkenau convey these more hostile impulses to dismantle a resistant Jewish other? Richter in 1973 referred to, quote, "idea-turned pictures, and that doesn't mean they function as illustrations of any idea. The pictures in the end are the idea." And he said, "You can't represent reality. What you make represents nothing but itself, and therefore is reality." But what was the reality that was overpainted here? There are two of Herrera's photos, and then I give you a detail that was on the right. Disrobed Jewish women herded to the gas chambers. These are the other two, followed by Richter's paintings. You don't see the corpses that are being moved to the incineration pit anymore. Richter's earlier work, though, shows he wasn't always into abstracting. See, for example, this 1968 photo painting of Mao Zedong. With Sigmar Polke, they rebelled against abstraction as just too international, and it's a strategy to cover up German repression of the Nazi past. They uncovered guilt as they shocked the German bourgeoisie with Hitler greetings and swastikas to force ordinary Germans to recognize their participation in the nation's crimes. But the 23 brochure in Berlin said that Richter's Birkenau, he carried out the process of abstraction, born of the conviction that he could not do justice to the incomprehensible horror of the Holocaust. So let's look at Herrera again. George D.D. Uberman critiqued Birkenau from a psychoanalytic perspective in a letter directly to Richter. You deposited your subject in the bed of your painting in the same way we speak of a riverbed or of a funerary bed upon which some recumbent figure lies in a sarcophagus. You put your subject in a position of subjection. If the 4 photographs are the subject of Birkenau, how does the subject exist? Because it is no longer shown. Don't we need to ask, how has this subject survived in this shell of your paintings? End of quote. To me, the riverbed is also evoking the death of Herrera. He was executed after hitting an SS guard over the head with a shovel and then jumping into the Vistula River to swim to freedom. Richter was, of course, only 12 in August 1944, but what Germans have done in the same place 80 years before, the place where the paintings are now, does matter. The subject missing from Birkenau is this figure of Herrera, the Jewish prisoner who resisted. Was he now symbolically executed again? Herrera died at 31. He is remembered as a hero in his homeland, Greece. His courageous acts remind me of Benjamin's question, is it not the task of the photographer to uncover guilt and name the guilty in his photos? Now, if the emphasis is on the photographer recording German guilt, this was already called out by Herrera. Richter's focus on his own German guilt reburies and erases the resistance of this Jewish other. Herrera's presence can be seen in a 2022 French documentary, From Where They Stood. The photo's wide asymmetrical black margins of interfering window frames ascertain his location in Crematorium 5 through Allied aerial pictures and camp blueprints. Herrera had to shoot blindly with his body instead of his eyes. The 4th photo was considered botched, so initially not on display, because the US Army thought it showed nothing, only tree silhouettes against the sky. Yad Vashem attributes this to Herrera having had no time to aim before he pulled the shutter of the camera. But I would like to conclude with a different idea that's presented by Stephen Bowman, and I quote now, "The 4th photo could be an artistic choice. It could be a deliberate choice, like an epilogue, a final slice of life in the reality of the crematorium." Bowman imagines an intentional commentary on the horrific scene that Herrera was photographing as a witness, a visual memory of the Sonderkommando refrain, "They're going to heaven." I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
And Caroline, just briefly, both of these artists are drawn to photography in different ways, on the surface or underneath the surface. Maybe you could speak a little bit more to this notion of abstraction, as Boris really puts it in your face up front in his artworks, and Richter buries the images.
Yeah, abstraction came later in Richter's career, and the photographs he used to work with were often media-generated images that already existed, and you could still, as in Mao, always see what had been there. And what's unique is that he didn't overpaint snapshots, and he didn't choose to just overpaint part of it. He took something that's very much somebody else's work, I would say, and he turned it into a total abstraction. And one thing that was said was, well, the red represents blood and the green represents the forest. But the truth is, and this has also been said, that it's a not very attractive abstraction compared to the other ones. And you could play that out by saying, well, that serves him right because the subject was so disturbing that it's just the result of his own frustration. But the problem really is that you can't have it both ways. You can't have an abstraction and then a narrative in order to explain that abstraction. So it's unclear to me why this would be turned into an abstraction. I see it as a defensive gesture.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'll end on the notion that Boris has a different title for the railroad collage. He has a title on it, Made by Hitler, right? So it's the perpetrator, not the photographer there of that moment. Maybe we'll leave it at that. And thank you again for including us in this exciting program.
Okay, how does it go forward now? Here. Is this up? Yes. Hi, I'm Sally Stein. Can you hear me? I hope so. Not very well. Where's the? There's no. Oh, there's a microphone. Can you hear me better now? Okay. I'm a photographic historian and a historian, and so I really saw my role here as giving some context in terms of history and genealogy for late 20th century photographic self-portraiture by Melissa Shook and Ken O'Hara, whose work I've studied and written about, both of them. But I start with Giselle Freund over there, a very important early historian of photography, as well as a photographer. While Freund, with her 1936 dissertation from 90 years ago now, makes a pioneering contribution to historiography with her emphasis on the demands for portraiture, not landscape or other things, in photography's rise, she overlooks self-portraiture, accompanying the rise of the new mechanical medium. This, even though she takes quite a few self-portraits, and just as she never writes in her subsequent books about the trend in the 20th century to switch to color, when she actually herself was an early convert to making portraits in color by the late 30s, as with most of us, there are blind spots in her invaluable, otherwise far-seeing work. On the left is Freund's 1950 self-portrait, and in the center, Freund's color portrait of James Joyce that appeared on the May 8, 1939 Time cover, and on the right, Freund's 1980 expansion of her 1936 study of 19th century photography in France, but it's only about black and white, even though she actually was a major proponent of new color practices. Talk about blind spots. Sorry. Next. Early photographic self-portraits are at the very dawn of photography. We have Robert Cornelius from 1839 in America, really looking very dishy in my opinion. And on the right, Hippolyte Bayard, 1840, protesting with his staging of self as dead man, the attention and state pension showered on Daguerre for his invention, and the disregard for Bayard's separate invention of a direct positive method in France in the late 1830s. Next. More, and I am going fast, so just stay buckled up, because I really want to get to a conversation finally with my partner pair, Christina Shook. More early photographic self-portraits and self-generated studio portraits. On the left, again, the Robert Cornelius. He was hardly alone in wanting to preserve his own self-made, very active, alive image versus Bayard staging himself as a dead man. Next on the left is a portrait of early American photographer, daguerreotype photographer, Albert Sands Southworth, of the partner daguerreotype partnership, Daguerre studio partnership, Southworth and Hawes. It's not clear in this picture if it was made by Hawes or if maybe the one partner stayed late one night and decided to strip to the waist and make this sort of half-naked, very dishy self-portrait, in my opinion. In the center, Walt Whitman, likely by Gabriel Harrison, circa 1854, and below Whitman, 33 years later. Some consider him a photo addict, I do, if not actual photo maker of images of his own self as multiple leaves of grass. And on the right above, Steichen, self-portrait 1902, looking as dishy as Cornelius. And below, the undishy but obsessive, I love them, self-studies of an aged John Copeland's in the late 20th century, who also had survived and been traumatized by his experience as a soldier in World War II. Next. In the same pre-bellum and post-bellum era of Whitman, African Americans were exploring the multiple uses of their image in photography for themselves and for others. On the left, Frederick Douglass may have made even more studio visits as Whitman, and taking care to look much more put together than Whitman, who's the kind of proto-let-it-be hippie. And on the right, Sojourner Truth, famous for Ain't I a Woman, purportedly supported herself by selling around her lectures a cabinet card, pictures of herself that she frequently had made. On female front of true photographic self-portraits, which begins later since few females were part of the first or even second generation of photographers, at least that we know of yet. On the left, not a true self-portrait, but photos by Pearson, Meyer Pearson, of his constant patron, the Countess of Castiglione, another photo portrait addict, who once was very beautiful but kept having these pictures made as she's really in decline and very aged, older, I think, even than myself. In the center, self-portrait at the end of the 19th century by Frances Benjamin Johnston in her studio, 1896, determinedly showing lots of leg, very improper at the time, also on mantle showing her professional photo portrait work, while defiantly holding a smoke and beer mug. Very unladylike. And speaking of unladylike, nearly a century later, self-portrait by Adrienne Piper, which, by the way, is prominently on view at the Studio Museum here in New York, up in Harlem. 1 second. Oh, I'm sorry, did I already? There, excuse me. I am moving briskly along because I do want to get to a conversation. How much time have I used already? Oh, okay, we're getting close to done. Lee Freelander's self-portrait, Haywire, his own press, 1970. I think I was still a teenager, maybe not. Remember it being on sale in the bookstore of MoMA. I know that Melissa Shook also had a copy of this, and I know that Ken O'Hara also had a copy of this book. From my essay on Shook's self-portraiture, when you think about a new wave of photographers capturing their own images, it seems to start with Lee Friedlander's series, self-published in 1970, in which he variously embedded his reflection or shadow in his own scenes, starting with the image he chose for the cover, where his head and trophy overlap and nearly merge, leaving this viewer to wonder if he's finding himself unworthy of prizes, confessing his desire to be declared a winner, or recognizing the hideous fitness of this bit of armor on his own head. Almost simultaneously with Friedlander's publication prominently on sale at MoMA's shop in 1970, Ken O'Hara, Japanese photographer, though living in New York, makes this one-year, tiny visual 365-day diary, stacking for each day a 35mm contact image, very tiny, looking out and another looking back itself. In an accordion format that then fits into an almost coffin-like container for the year. Talk about sort of micro-processing of experience. O'Hara goes on to make many more such year-long journals, along with other series of self-portraits that I've written about in the catalog, including one series where he sits and photographs himself once a minute for 24 hours and rolls the resulting printed series on a compact film reel. And after O'Hara pursued other series, including one recently exhibited at the Whitney as a recent acquisition, in which he oversees a round robin of largely strangers shooting a camera with rolls of film that he sent around while he removes himself entirely from the depiction and depicting process. O'Hara then, for his final series, returns to the format of the yearly diary, this time as a much older man, still Japanese but married to an American, with whom he had a family growing up in Southern California. Actually, just in the last hour, I have a email from his daughter saying, oh, he's in the hospital. He's in his 80s now, and he's not doing so well, but he's still hanging in there, like the rest of us. Turning to Melissa Shook, self-portrait series starting in December 1972. I've considered both Friedlander and new female sources, including both the debut of a new feminist-centered Ms. magazine and Eleanor Anton's carving series, although I regret I began investigating my friend Melissa's work only after she died in 2020, and thus can't confirm that she either had seen Anton's work at the Whitney back in 1970s, which Cindy Sherman later credited as an influence, or paid attention to Ms. Magazine and other newsworthy events and artifacts of the early second wave of the women's movement. First contact sheet for Shook series starting December 172, with a few shots of Christina, still here, and Melissa's aunt in Port Washington from the end of November, Thanksgiving weekend of that year. The 1973 opening pages of U.S. Camera and Camera Annual, the theme of Jim Hughes's annual being personal pictures, though I think they must have decided maybe we shouldn't go too personal, so they start with Gina Lollobrigida on the cover. But inside, editor Hughes is positioning Melissa Shook as rising star with his opening of a multi-page spread of her self-portraits. And I quote, in December of '72, Melissa Shook was forced to stay inside for several weeks after aggravating an old toe injury. To pass the time, she started the series of daily self-portraits. It grew and grew, the series, not the toe. Importance and perception. For space reasons, we were able to make only a random selection in this magazine. The entire series, not yet finished, will be published in book form. Next. The book, predicted in 1973, took another 50 years to materialize. For many reasons, starting with Jim Hughes redirecting his attention to working on a biography of the very crazy, wonderful W. Eugene Smith. And I have the sense that Melissa in '73 was already ambivalent about the public exposure and grew even more ambivalent after ambivalent reviews of her 1975 show of the work. When the book was finally being published by TBW in 2023, and it's beautiful, Chrissy will also talk about this, I favored a cover picture of her starting image from December 1, which she also had selected for the invite to her 1975 exhibit. But in 2023, others sought a more gorgeous image. Without a doubt, she was a looker. But I think the point of the series was less about flaunting looks alone. As she wrote in response to one somewhat critical review by a woman of the 1975 exhibition, the strength of the series, of the serial portrait, is in just this distance, this alienation. The series ranges from solo woman who looks arguably seductive to woman trained in dance, then seeming spineless zombie, then screaming harridan, then caring mother of young daughter, that's Christina. In other words, hard to pigeonhole as just one type, but rather a more amorphous, multifaceted figure. Even later, as her first, I'm at 8 minutes, I'll be done in another minute. Even later, as her first self-portrait series comes to a close, she poses fully covered, head to toe, seated in a rather obdurate, static pose with, I learned from daughter Christina, who was a very important source for me as I studied this, a werewolf mask that she got in the Lower East Side. Talk about a quasi-finale that states emphatically, beware, come close at your own risk. The Kali figure invoked in the multi-armed preview issue of Ms. has a definite forbidding side as well. Again, I worked on this too late to ask Melissa, had she seen this woman do it all on the cover? Do it all but be very stretched out. Speaking of missing my chance to question another historical figure about photographic self-portraiture, how I wish I had asked MoMA eminent photo curator John Sarkowski, 1925 to 2007, why his catalog to MoMA's big photo exhibition of 1978, Mirrors and Windows, included neither in this context. When Sarkowski previously acquired work by both photographers, O'Hara and Shook, and included them in previous exhibits. Here's my belated speculation. Sarkowski wanted a clear division between photography as windows and mirrors, and the works of both O'Hara and Shook complicated that clear dichotomy. I'll return to the discussion to the issue of portrait photography bridging mirrors and windows instead of so sharply divided. And here's a preview of my last slide, but we're going to get to it later. The closer, and originally I'd intended a quite different closer, but then while preparing this PowerPoint, I realized I had a poor image file of the 1975 invite with the first December 1 self-portrait that Melissa chose for her exhibit, and which I still favor as title image for the series, but you win some, you lose some. So I sent a SOS email to daughter Christina and gallerist Miyako Yoshinaga asking if they had something better. Both complied speedily, and I thank them. Miyako emailed an excellent image file, and Christina shocked me by sending 2 old original copies of the invites for both the 1975 self-portrait exhibit and the 1978 invite to Melissa's subsequent exhibition at then New York Soho Photo Gallery, focusing on her photographs of her daughter Christina, or Chrissy. I felt overwhelmed by this gift of rare artifacts, although originally I was thinking, do I really need, I can't believe that, sorry. I felt overwhelmed, though originally I was thinking, do I really need the Chrissy invite, while recognizing that both Christina and Miyako are working hard on a second book, which it sounds like is coming out, about Melissa's photographs of her daughters from infancy to the time she left home for college. I kept my distance from this other project, call me lacking in maternal instinct, and worrying that this other project risks bordering on excess sentiment and even Kodak stereotypes selling families on endless snapping of their offspring. So perhaps we'll have time to return to why this other photograph surprisingly riveted me unexpectedly as it sat around. But first I handed over to the daughter and subject of this Chrissy photograph, and countless others her mother made of her, whom I also value as a personal younger friend, Christina Shook.
I don't want, can you hear me? Hopefully I can bring it down. I don't know how to bring it down. I just wanted to, I'm more of a reflector and more of a conversation, which I'll do with Sally. But my mother photographed me for 18 years, not because I was mixed, not because I came out as a cute baby, but because her mother had died when she was 12. Her father was an alcoholic, and she lost all memory of her mother. Not the smell, not the sound, not if she said, I love you, any of those things. So when she had me, she was really desperate to save our memory, that I was loved, that she had been a mother, that she had raised me. And so I look at these photos as, first of all, I never knew she was taking pictures. Yes, my mother had a third hand, and it was the camera. But she never interrupted me. I jumped, I danced, I took off my clothes. When people asked, did you really run down naked down the Lower East Side? I go, here's a picture. So I have so much proof of my childhood. But Melissa, if we can show a couple of the pictures that she took of me. Maybe they'll... Oh, what do I press? Sorry. I didn't know I did it. Oh, thank you. So here is me with my father is in the background hiding, often what he did, my grandfather and his second wife. Melissa always starts this, so you do know I'm mixed, because obviously I can pass for not. And that's probably the most type of classic family photo, but most of the photos of me, I'm sleeping, I'm running around, I'm in the bathtub, and never did she interrupt me. She just simply photographed me. See, I guess I have to click. That's me on the Lower East Side, me and my doll, just being one. That's me just being, I was aware of the camera, but I also wasn't aware of the camera because my mother never asked me to freeze or smile or pose. She really just wanted me to be this freedom person. When I turned 13, she breathed a sigh of relief because her mother had died at 12 and she realized she had passed the marker. And so she started to relax and she didn't have to photograph me in the kitchen, running, walking, doing something. And then when I turned 14 and decided to be a depressed teenager, I told her, you know what? You can photograph me as a gift for your birthday, for holidays, and nothing else or in between. And that's what we did from 14 to 18. This is me dancing. I dance at the Henry Street Settlement. My mother really provided just a free childhood. She photographed my friends, and it's their documentation of their childhood. And I think she gave me a childhood that she wanted. And high school. And Sally would like to talk about this photograph, and I love to have conversations, so I'm going to stop there.
Thanks, Chris. Or Chrissy. I'm just going to read one more page. After Christina surprised me with this gift of historic exhibit invites, both sat on my main work table for some days, and I found to my surprise that I couldn't keep my eyes from this second invite and photo that ostensibly is not of a grown, if neurotic, woman's self-portrait, and the neurosis what clearly interests neurotic me, but one of her daughter. And as I kept glancing at it, I, not a mother, but not so uncaring that I haven't been asked to care for small children from time to time, and seemed to do well enough, or not badly, that the asks were repeated. Well, with some experience supervising small kids, I first started carping to myself about the scene, like, oh, Melissa, for letting a small child of 2 to be standing on a chair above a bare floor is risking a small or even bigger accident. And then to confirm that this child really was very young, I got closer and read the inscription, San Francisco, 1967. And being fairly versed in my late friend's biography, I quickly thought associatively, that's when Melissa followed her errant man, the father of Chrissy, who had already taken off for San Francisco around the time of the fabled Summer of Love, only once there to realize she had followed him, to realize that Darryl was not just ducking New York, but ducking family responsibilities for good. So Melissa, at this point, was preparing to return to New York, her home turf, where her father was, and would sometimes help out, but now with just her small daughter, for whom she would have solo responsibility. Thus, I began to think that here's a situation where the photographer is photographing her child in an arguably precarious situation, while also seeing her child as stand-in, with Melissa's still young, mid-30s self, poised to take off or fall flat as solo parent who wanted only good things for her child, but also wanted much for herself and her burgeoning ambition as a photographer. In short, herself wanting to defy gravity and fear and fly. Although I really don't subscribe to the idea that every portrait is a self-portrait, I often think difference is governing portraiture as well as empathy and identification. Here, in my opinion, is a case where the photograph flickers or oscillates between window and mirror. And why not? Particularly in the case of a mother wanting to foster both deep attachment and independence between herself and her future evolving woman-child. With that rather now speculative proposition, I leave it to all of us to reconsider or expand our thinking about the practice and concept of both portraiture and self-portraiture. Thanks. And I want to hear from Chrissy if she thinks that's nuts. This is just a picture of me, or what she thinks about this idea that maybe it's also a kind of self-portrait of Melissa as the child.
I think everybody should have their own interpretation. I see it as an example of that my mother gave me freedom to be myself, that she never censored me or my friends, and that we really forgot about her being in the room. And when I look at a camera, I think it's the most incredible thing because it gave my mother a life. It gave her, she was very shy, not loud or talkative like me. And it gave her security when she walked in a room and something to offer people by photographing them and in that way documenting them. And I also want to say the last time I came to Hunter College, my mother was meeting one of her photographic rock stars, Roy Diacava, who was teaching here. She had educated me on his photos, and I basically watched her have her rock star moment meeting him. So whenever I am near Hunter or walk by, and now being in here in the elevator, I just thought, this is where she met him. And so I thank you for inviting me and letting me have that memory again, and how happy my mother was, and how influenced she was by other photographers, and this need for this camera that gives us a world that we won't forget. And long after I'm gone, you know, this will be there. And so I'm grateful to the format that she found as a way of survival. And I think she really said, use your damage and make something from it. And I think the camera offers all of that.
We're down to 1 second, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Naomi Levinshtein, and I was born with something called a bilateral cleft lip and palate 26. Sorry, yes. I like to call myself vertically challenged. I'm missing the height. So again, my name is Naomi Levinshtein, and 26 years ago I was born with something called van der Waals syndrome, which included a bilateral cleft lip and palate, which is a large opening in the top lip that went straight through the roof of my mouth to my nose. I had around 20 surgeries to be able to speak, breathe, hear, and eat. Most of my life was spent in and out of hospitals growing up. And when I wasn't in the hospital, I definitely struggled quite a bit in school and in camp trying to fit in with my peers. Something that always helped guide me through those difficult times was art. And about 10 years ago now, I met someone really inspiring. I'm gonna move on to the next slide, yes. So, someone who's been really inspiring to me on my journey is photographer Guidotte. He previously, before he started his nonprofit Positive Exposure, was a fashion photographer who photographed for magazines like GQ, Elle, and Harper's Bazaar. But one day he saw a young woman with albinism at a bus stop, and he was so inspired by her beauty because he never saw anyone that looked like her before. And he was determined to photograph her. And years down the line, it became a passion for him to photograph people of all different kinds of differences, people we've never really seen before. Growing up, I never saw anyone that looked like me or had a similar experience, and it added to the feeling of isolation. My mom found Rick's TED Talk one day on the internet, and she said, we have to meet him. And this is just a brief sampling of some of the images he has taken of people with facial differences, including myself. When I met Rick, and I was in front of his lens, it was one of the first times in my life where I felt seen and beautiful. I really hated pictures being taken of me. I felt very uncomfortable. I had, before some of my last surgeries, a nose that was really smushed. I was very self-conscious of the scars around my mouth, my teeth, but Rick saw who I was and always challenged me and made me feel fabulous. I always really enjoyed art, like I said earlier, and I'm so deeply inspired by Rick. I actually learned to be a makeup artist at one point in my life, so I've collaborated with brands like e.l.f., MAC, L'Oreal, Estee Lauder. And while I was on set on those campaigns, I never saw anyone that looked like me either. And it reminded me of Rick, and it reminded me of his attitude. And I said, if those women on those sets can do it, I want to be able to do it for other people just like me. So I learned a couple tips and tricks about photography, about lighting, and I started my photography project, Don't Stare, See Me, which you can see right here. All these people have their own stories to tell, and all different kinds of syndromes, all different kinds of backgrounds, and so many of us have probably never seen anyone who has had a cleft, Treacher-Collins syndrome, all these kinds of differences. But having that experience growing up has shown me there's so much beauty in being different and embracing what makes you special. So I created this as a little love letter, but to also create positive representation, because I used to only see people like me have pitiful stories or be monsters in movies, and I'm nothing of the sort. And actually, the people I've met who have been in similar situations, have similar differences, are some of the kindest, most empathetic people I've ever met and constantly inspire me. So I am so grateful. And through that, through my shoots like these, I got involved with the nonprofit organization MyFace, which supports people who are born or have acquired facial differences through accident or injury. And I've been able to really dive into community and what that means to me. And I would volunteer, I would do makeup at our annual gala, and one day I reached out to the director of family programs and said, I think I'm ready. And I started working as a nonprofit program assistant with them. I really enjoy it. So every day I wake up, I get to do school presentations talking about empathy and differences and kindness, based around the book Wonder. I'm able to interact with families that have lived experience like my own and remind them they're not alone. And just because they're different doesn't mean it's a death sentence, and that they could do anything they set their mind to, and know that they're never alone. Even in their darkest moments, I'm there. And it's really a pleasure to be able to be the person I wish I knew growing up. And yeah, these are some of my favorite images. This is the lovely Charlotte, who was born with a cleft lip similar to mine. This is Sarah, who was born with a port wine stain over 50% of her body. Franco, who has Treacher-Collins syndrome. Emiliano, who has Treacher-Collins syndrome. Claudia, who has amniotic band syndrome. And Bridget, who has a syndrome called fibrous dysplasia. And so, yes, thank you so much. I kept it short and sweet for you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone who's presented, and we have a brief break for coffee and continue after that. I just want to share a little bit on Marieluise, who the performance will be based on Kerstin Specht's Marieluise report, and we will start during the break to give it the full length. So anyone who wants to keep the break short, you're welcome to come in, and anyone else can join
light we're going to have, just so you know. I think we're going to have more than this. Yeah, no, it looks great on you. But, Adonis, are we going to have more light, or is this the light?
It looks good. It's fine. You look great.
Yeah.
And then I'm coming into this light.
And you can read well
think so,
enough?
yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, Yehuda says this is good, so. Right. Aw. Yeah, this isn't gonna, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, okay. The lights are fine. Yeah.
big draws.
Okay.
Maybe I am, maybe not. No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, we'll go. Let's go.
We'll go?
Yeah.
Let me just set up, we need to make sure that
Yeah.
the pages are set.
Okay. Okay. Here we go. Marieluise, ein Bericht by Kerstin Specht. My father was a blacksmith. In the evenings, he wipes the soot off his face, drapes mother in her fox, and then goes with her to the theater. I burn with envy, but they won't take me along. But at the dining room entrance hangs a red curtain, an ideal stage. I make theater myself, puppet theater, improvise on the spot. I enact the sinking of the Titanic, prompted by current events. Entry fee, 1 pfennig. The audience throngs in. Even the boy who's always shooting rubber bands in my face joins the line and pays with lowered head. We need chairs, chairs, lots of chairs. I have to do everything alone. My sisters stand around like a tangled knot of sheep. In the autumn, I'm going to high school despite the high cost. My brother is dead. I now take his place. I make the thunder. I make the water with the watering, rain with the watering can. I submerge all the puppets into the aquarium until the apartment floods. I sing, nearer, my God, to thee, nearer to thee, nearer, my God, to thee. 1914, boarding school, Regensburg. The entrance exam was in peacetime. When school begins, it's war. Wounded soldiers are quartered in the girls' school, including in the gymnasium and the long terrace above the piano house. The students must hand in their dresses, put on uniforms, sack-like uniforms. The nuns read out the list of forbidden things. It is forbidden to wear hair ribbons or have a crooked part. It is forbidden to talk in the dining hall while the soup is still being eaten. It is forbidden to write notes to one another. It is forbidden to etch one's initials into one's leg. It is forbidden to have a crush on someone. It is also forbidden to look up from the courtyard at the soldiers standing on the balustrade. But the soldiers throw down kisses, so you have to look up. And they also throw down notes on white pieces of paper. I pick up a note on which stands, I no longer have a leg. Does that bother you? And now I have set my eye on you. How is this to end? As the nuns pass by, I stick the note in my mouth and swallow it. I don't suffocate, but by a hair. But by a hair do I suffocate from the closeness of girls' bodies, body pressed against body. The dormitory is poorly ventilated, but I write secretly under the bed covers. I write secretly after meal duty. To the tips of my fingers, I feel the tingle of happiness, of magic. The dormitory is like a submarine. I dive into an underworld. My words fall on the pages like shoals of fish. It's an intoxication. I'm caught. My manuscript is taken away. I must clean the floor in all the hallways for a minor exorcism. I scoot backwards on my knees. Suddenly, I bump into a leg. It is a leg and a crutch, and they belong to a young soldier. Where do you come from? I ask. From the trenches, he says. You have to go. I can't. Do you have pain? Yes, various. My fiancé wrote me a letter. She only wants a whole man. That's what I was when she met me. But whole men are rare these days. She's now preferred one with a perforated lung wound. The bullet went in the front, out the back. One sees practically nothing when a suit is put on around it. No, I get rice pudding here every day, but still, I'd rather be in the trenches eating worms, because every day I look down into the courtyard and see the girls walking with heads bowed. They don't look up, as if I were air. The fatherland will give me a wooden leg, but no wooden heart. I always look to see if there's one who resembles Marie. Meanwhile, you've all got her face. I am no longer choosy, miss. Please, look at me, just once. I look at him. What else could I do? A tear falls down his face. I brush it away. All of a sudden, a slap stings my cheek. The army surgeon appears from nowhere. "Are you crazy, man?" he yells. "We are not on the front. We're in a convent here. The nuns will take any excuse to get rid of us." 'Tis thus I learn the ways of the world. A kiss follows on the heels of the slap, and then he who lay himself at my feet instantly plummets to his death. The one-legged soldier let himself drop from the second-floor terrace. The nuns sail in like blackbirds and crouch around the body. The soldier has a letter in his pocket, a letter to me. It's a scandal. Now, I only wanted to be friendly. It wasn't me who killed him, it was the war. I sleep. I want never to wake up again. But I must. My mother is dead. Holy Saint Blaise, you who help with sore throats and choking, Holy Saint Christopher, you who help those from fire and flood, Holy Saint Catherine, you who help those lost at sea, help me, even if it's not your responsibility. Work a miracle, bring her back to life. They'll not heed your plea, say the nuns, sinner that you are. Learn to love hell, then you'll be in heaven. I live in Munich, on Einmillerstrasse. I am studying theater. The landlady's house is spick and span. Her dog is house-trained, but my heart is as exhausted as a workhorse. You know, I've never slept alone before. Accustomed to dormitory life, coddled by it, never. But now, I am so alone. All I have is this room. If this room were to up and away with me. Today, I ate and did not cry from hunger. Plated yeast bread from last week. Steamed dumplings from the week before. Lemonade and orangeade. And I write, wearing butter yellow gloves. I write about a snowstorm, and outside it starts to snow. I write about a toothache, and it starts to hurt. Does it work like that with everything? Can one write things into existence, good and evil? I write. In the corridors of the university, I am encountered by an Apache. He calls himself Yapis. He is conceiving of a novel. He walks with me. He bows to the street lamps. He hugs at the trees. I pull a feather from his hair. He lays me down on the ice-cold steps of the Nymphenburg Palace. In the corridors of the university, I am actually encountered by an Apache, and he calls himself Yapis. He sits in my room and is discontented, guzzling my orangeade. You still have a lot to learn, he says. A convent school teaches nothing for life. Not even your gaze is feminine when you look over at me. But his gaze is hypnotic. He reads to me. Cleopatra entertained Anthony on a ship of cedarwood. Her body bathed in various oils, her throne encircled by a ring of incense burners. On her wall hung a net full of roses. Where am I to get roses now? I'd led myself to believe that I felt quite settled in this city. I strode like a great statue of freedom through the crowds on their way to work. But the moment my strength deserts me and I let my arm fall, the next best man reels me in for his purposes. I am no next best man, says Yapis. Well, I know he is caring. He even wraps gauze around the trees after he's chopped their branches off. Yapis switches off the sun lamp, offended. You know, I would rather not know from where or how he stole that apparatus or the new suitcase. Yapis calls it organization, not theft. For a time, everything is fine. Then things heat up, and Yapis leaves for Paris with the new suitcase just to be on the safe side. No sooner had I let myself get involved with a man, the first, than he's gone again. The Flying Dutchman who makes shady deals has lit a small fire, and I'm kept busy a good while putting it out. Carnival. Carnival in Schwabing. This is the perfect occasion to become someone else. Pirates, captains, air and sea serpents swirl around me, and I am a mermaid on the shoulders of a Triton. The Triton is Bruno Frank. I am a mermaid in the lap of Leon Feuchtwanger. Can you dance as Feuchtwanger? Oh, she mustn't touch the ground, says Bruno Frank. She is sewn in. She has to be carried. Feuchtwanger strokes along the gray fishtail sewn out of my convent school uniform. Can you dance? I ask Feuchtwanger. No, he says. I am a poet who only moves elegantly on paper. May I bring you my manuscripts? I ask. He nods. Very next day, I stand at his apartment door with a stabbing pain in my legs and all my manuscripts under my arm. It wasn't without consequence, says Feuchtwanger. At 22, one can get away with that sort of thing, but tomorrow is my birthday. That means baptism by fire. No other choice. No. Almost nothing is of value. Nothing resists. Everything flies of its own accord into the flame. Everything. Father's wedding announcement, too, although... Oh, here come the letters from the Apache. My dear Lou, I have so much to make up to you. My little one, I'll be en route from Germany soon. I have so much to make up to you. Too late. The letters burn. They all sigh just a tiny bit before giving themselves up to the flames. It's little burns, little scorch marks. It's wonderful to always begin again naked and new. I burn myself, but it's wonderful. The desk catches fire, but it's wonderful. I love fire. I am no paper doll, but just before everything turns to ashes, the door opens up and a girl walks in. Apples bread, coffee beans spill from her apron. Feuchtwanger sends me, she says. And I also have theater tickets as well. Rescued. Rescued and thrown straight into the next fire, into the barrage. The tickets are for Drums in the Night. After the play, I walk around for hours in the ice-cold night, all a shimmer. I must meet him, the man who wrote this. He works with Feuchtwanger. They sit in smoke-filled rooms and are not to be disturbed. Finally, I am introduced to him. This is Brecht. He is the future, despite the City Theater having pulled his play from the season's repertoire, says Leon. So what, says Brecht. By the time the royalty money comes in, it won't be worth even a tinker's cuss. You know, the actors who receive their money each morning make a quick run for the shops because by afternoon it's already worthless, says Leon. The title, Drums in the Night, is from Mrs. Feuchtwanger. Brecht called the play Spartacus. With a title like that, you might as well put a gun to your head. Stones are being thrown at the window. Brecht throws out a flower pot. And now there's retaliation. A hat appears at the window. Attached to it, a man who whispers anxiously, Hitler has staged a putsch. Prominent Jews are being arrested. Take our bicycles and flee the city from the other side. Not tonight. We're too tired, says Feuchtwanger. It'll calm down soon. And the Feuchtwangers go to bed. Brecht takes up the guitar. He's unshaven, unwashed. His suit looks as if he slept in it. So what? I have a crush on him. I am done in. He is a lion tamer, a potency, pointed cheeks, the face of a bird, small and slight. His voice has no volume, but the heat of a hummingbird. I cannot break free from Brecht, not for the whole rest of my life. And when he says, come to Augsburg, I come at once into his room, full of invisible girls. That is why I can only sit on his lap. In the first chair, B is already sitting. In the next, Marianne. In the third, Helene. In the fourth, all girls should be called Marie, says Brecht. I swallow that down with absinthe. My heart is always busy. My liver should be kept busy too, but Brecht takes the bottle away from me. He cannot allow himself to be nice. He'd like to be a Tartar riding around with a lump of raw meat under his saddle to tenderize it, but he's just from Augsburg. That's why he has to act so coarse. Brecht does not take that lying down, and he will no longer let me sit on his lap. I'm just from Ingolstadt. I want to do the things men do. I want to be recognized for the things men do, but also want to have my eyes be seen as beautiful. I must decide. The way I am, no man could lose himself in me. There's not enough empty space. But I want to decide. But it's too late now. He's en route, not to be held back. Tomorrow you'll find him again on Kantstrasse in Berlin. But no woman has ever died from hysterical crying fits. And I'm not crying. He once kissed holes in my face, but I mend them all. I am not crying, and I am not hacking my heels off either. No shoe fits me well enough to keep a pace with him. He strides in 7-league boots. A rough landing in Ingolstadt. My sisters sit side by side on a bench. My father paces back and forth like a tight-wound spring. I'm paying out, he says, so I want to see something come of it. A result, a diploma, a teacher's certificate at the very least. Oh, I can write without that. A diploma is of no help. Many are called, he says. few are chosen. But I've already been published, so how many pennies has that brought in? I wanted to give all my children the chance to study, but inflation is devouring their future. We are making do with a tightened belt that you might climb the ladder, yet you sit in the cellar, thinking all the while there's a halo on your head. That's done with. No, but I can't stay here in Ingolstadt, I say. Your cup. You're leaving it untouched. You think coffee grows in the pot? It is bought, and now it must be drunk. I can give you no more money. All right, then, I whisper, exhausted. Can I stay here after all? I'm left hanging, and I don't see how it's to go on. But it does go on. A letter flutters in from Berlin, addressed to Marieluise Fleißer, Ingolstadt.
Initially remit 50 marks to you, and we must agree on a way to recognize each other, open parentheses. Dr. Feuchtwanger is traveling to Spain tomorrow, and the next day, close parentheses. Perhaps we might each have a white kerchief over our arm. Please confirm this with me. Let's settle on the white kerchief over the right arm. I am rather short, broad, and wear black rimmed glasses. Warm wishes, Keller. Yes, don't worry about your wardrobe. That is of no great importance to us.
Yes! The play's a success. Oh, it's just a matinee performance. I won't earn a penny. But I can enter into a business agreement with the publisher and receive a monthly pension. Yes, even the critic praised me to the skies, held me in higher esteem than Brecht, the first two acts being more powerful than anything Brecht has yet achieved with his spinning of shimmering synthetic threads. Purgatory was the first production of the young stage that wasn't met with an angry outburst of boos and hisses and a hail of rotten apples. I was only booed by 2 people. I'm walking around in a borrowed suit because, dressed the way I arrived, I couldn't appear in public. Berlin. Here, I feel like I've been dropped from the moon. In the streets, there's cripples, lame, blind, epileptics, open suitcases, everything for sale. On the stage in the Glutner Hall, a half-naked woman in red, gold chains round her ankles, red lipstick belly button, powder tips, beckoning hands, open thighs. The woman on stage dances her morpheum dance. She once bit half the finger off a woman who pointed at her. She has a bad reputation worldwide, but she's all the rage. An age without illusions, once the female body unveiled as well. Of course, there's little to argue with that. And of course, I sink still deeper into my chair in my borrowed suit. Well, actually, we wanted to celebrate my success, Brecht, Zähler, and the man from the publishing house. You hadn't expected that, says Brecht, that you'd have such a success with a small-town play. You could never have predicted that, even in your wildest dreams. I say nothing. I simply help myself to one of Brecht's cigars. don't you want to write a comedy about your region? You'd surely do that well, says Zähler. But I say nothing. I simply help myself to a cognac. Cognac's on the house, says the publisher. But actually, I wanted to produce a young man's play, says Zähler. But Brecht decreed, you're not producing the young man's play, you're producing Fleischer's. Whereupon the young man shot himself through the lung. I immediately feel sick. I immediately feel so sick that I have to throw up. Brecht opens my new handbag, and I spew it full to the top with vomit. I have to go home. Go home to Ingolstadt. You now have a business agreement with the publisher. You're not a woman who has to earn extra money on the street, says Brecht. You can't always win. Sometimes the only thing you win is experience. Fine. Go back to the provinces. Write your invisible sentences. Organize your own obscurity. But in Ingolstadt, I have written a new play about the construction of a bridge by soldiers, and I have a new love affair with a Danube swimmer and independent tobacconist. Still, I have to go back to Berlin. Brecht wants to direct the new play. Your roots are here, says my Danube swimmer. Trees have roots, people have legs, I say. And I don't have the stomach for a fight. I'm not one who can build themselves a bamboo tent in any corner of the world. Still, I have written a new play. I don't want to be a stuffed goose. I want to fly. Then fly, says the Danube swimmer, and slips an engagement ring onto my finger. I want the far away and all its farness to be near. I will miss him. Beth is the best, but not to marry. Dearest heartthrob, dearest child of sorrow, so he'll write to me every day. Your place is by me in my shop, where I'm supposed to write. Write only for myself at the counter under a box of Havana cigars. I must to Berlin. Brecht is wrecking my play. I sit in the Schiffbauer Theater. Rehearsal is a crucifixion. Brecht is out to cause a scandal at my expense. I'll get the scathing reviews, not him. The ending is still wanting. It can't be pulled out of thin air. And I stopped going to rehearsals. I'm never forgiven for that. He whips it through. It's not my play anymore. It's not my idea. It's his theme. It's alien to me. I carve out a path for you, says Brecht. I rig up a trapeze wire for you, but you panic if you stand any higher than on your pumps. And naturally, I'm proven right. The critics eviscerate me. It's an earthquake, an explosion. The German nationalists spit on me just for being a woman. My father despairs. I've brought shame onto the family. He bars me from the family home. I never want to see Brecht again. I never want to see Brecht again. I never want to see Brecht again. I sit, plucked, on my perch, just waiting for someone to give me shelter. Along comes a fish that promptly swallows me whole. The voice of my mother warns me, Draves is a journalist, a poet, a right-wing nationalist, enemy of Brecht's. I get engaged to Draves. The voice of my mother warned me in vain. I consent to the engagement, but I am already engaged. I must first disengage myself. I must set my Danube swimmer adrift. But I am chilled to the bone. It rains anvils. A man who'll stand by me, who will kiss me in the street, that's what I desire. Be careful what you wish for. It might come true. It is the kiss of a fish, a deep-sea fish. He was not on Noah's Ark. He He keeps a jungle animal, a prowling cat, a flying mongoose, whose job it is to bite me in the leg because I smoke while hanging out the laundry. And it devours Brecht's letters, so I can't read them again. By the way, says Traves, you'll be changing publishers. He is going to dictate my every move, every breath. He supports his mother with my money. He is a fish that only fulfills his own wishes. You can leave, he says. But I can't leave, because I have a stone in my shoe, one that can't be removed. Now all of this is happening so that I can feel other things more strongly than the stone. The stone is Brecht. But in the beginning, though, I'm happy. I travel with Traves to Sweden, to Andorra, to Spain. Spain is beautiful. The Spaniards are beautiful. The sea is the most beautiful at all. It needs no nationality. I bow to the sea for the first and last time. I'd like to scratch, to bite, to grasp the water. The wind wants to devour me. The sun wants to devour me. The wind nestles wet sand in our skin till it's as if we're draped in a mushroom. And I want to take all the shells back with me, but I'm allowed 12. With 200 large seashells, I cover my body. Traves lies on top of me. The rims of the seashells cut into my skin. What's the good of this armor? We go to a cafe. You know, the more often we come to the cafe, the less the waiter charges. Galatea rides by in a seashell carriage. The sea begins to burn. The mermaids are being broiled. The next day, I'm sitting back in the furnished rooms in Barfußstrasse, Berlin. Traves tells me that I must again earn money. I write a novel in a year, but that's not enough. I write lying down without a desk on the back of bills till my hand trembles, but that's not enough. Traves doles out electric shocks that paralyze me. Oh, his pores suffer from a pressure that others do not feel. You shall have no will. You shall no longer be yourself. You will be sucked up by me. Open your mouth. And why do you open your mouth when I haven't asked you? Why are you standing always at my side? Go away. Why are you not standing by my side? Do you not see that I suffer? I warned you about me. And I am becoming more and more diaphanous, bonier. I can't go on like this. I want to jump out the window. Wait till I'm out of the room, says Traves. Otherwise, they'll think I pushed you. The spell is broken. I can leave him. I wake up in a different dream. I'm sitting again in my parents' house in Ingolstadt, counting the days down on my fingers, and I'm as dull as lead. My work for the newspapers is no longer desired. I do not fit the ideal of National Socialist womanhood. I'm a failure, spat on by the world, living back at my father's house. I have walked a long arc, only to see that everywhere the vastness holds from me but a narrow niche. Horror vacui sits beside me on the bed in the kitchen. Feuchtwanger and Brecht have fled the country, so I search out the nearness of Bep. It's a calculated move. The reckonings will follow. He is a businessman. I can be a businesswoman. I can be a wife in a 4-postered canopy bed. That will distract me from public opinion. But disappointment sits on my head like a spider. And he no longer finds me alluring, but he can now be on top. I, who threw his love back in his face, who swallowed his engagement ring, now want him back as a last refuge. The arm of man stations the woman in the shop. The arm of the state stations the man on the home front. Beforehand, Bep dictates the shop duties to me. Cashiering, bookkeeping, sales registry entries, accounts ledger, invoices. Copy sales registry entries from the previous day into the yellow invoice book. Unsettled invoices remain open. Settled invoices are marked PD. And if necessary, post entries from the yellow invoice book into the ledger. Accounts are held by Mr. Whitman, the barber, Mrs. Carl, Mrs. Euringer, the rowing club. You can always write at night, he says. He is in the anti-aircraft defense. He will be right in the thick of the firestorm. I come home from the shop. I am tired, but I run around in circles because I am not capable of reading. I have no more sense of self. A ghost has sucked it out of me. I have lost, capitulated. I've reached the end. It's the end for me. The literary establishment dances by me, unapproachable. On its right and left arm already two in tow. It cries out, no room. It cries out, no writing allowed. The Danube dances by in a wide hoop skirt. Come into my arms, it whispers. I always have room for you. Today, I'm even transporting icy meltwater. I dance with the Danube. It feels good. But I can't die yet. I have to write. So I dance on, alone. I dance into the arms of the straitjacket that two men in white coats hold out to me. I swallow little red pills. They make everything littler, the fears, the pains, the person. Every day a handful. In 3 months, I'm able to leave the clinic, back to the shop. Madness is not restricted to asylums. The whole world has been stricken. I'm called to war deployment. I'm on the blacklist. I must scour the factory floors on Saturdays. I must kneel before the picture of Hitler that has no glass. And using a pipette, I must analyze the composition of steel. I must not make a mistake. That would be sabotage. I must not get a headache and write down the wrong figures. That would be sabotage. Chromium, nickel, manganese. I peer into the mouth of a cannon. I peer into the heart of the war. I must not make a mistake. That would be sabotage. But of course, I get a headache. A nagging headache. In Hamburg, the roofs fly through the air. The asphalt melts. Onto the bodies of yesterday's dead fall the newly dead. 40% of Ingolstadt lies in ruins. The railway infrastructure demolished by the advancing American soldiers. We open the blackout curtains. It's May 8th. The war is over. The bells toll. Let's toast to death. I have survived the war. I have survived the aftermath as well. The arrests for black marketeering, the double occupancy of living quarters, the emotional violations to my heart. I have survived. And I exist somewhere between memory and aphasia as a woman without influence, as a woman without words who prefers to keep silent. Is in the blacksmith's house. One eats with a wooden spoon. Bep is dead. The shop closed. I am free. But the haggard faces around me hold me in their gaze. Life punishes those who venture too far, they say. At some point, I forgot about my bygone existence. And at some point, I forgot I was a poet. At some point, long ago, the world forgot about me. Yet, in the last act, I'm touched once again by grace. In old age, sons are granted me. They are hungry. My words taste good to them. The curtain opens. I am back on stage, in Ingolstadt, no less. It goes on. I can dance. But there is not much time left. The end.
Ah, okay, okay. Probando. Hello, thank you everyone for coming. It's a pleasure to be here showing a little bit of my work and sharing also Stefan's, who is a amazing photographer and person I admire. So I'm gonna talk a little bit first about a project that part of it is, or one work of it is in the exhibition downstairs, which is called Pasaco 1996. And a brief summary is that my father and I were abducted in Guatemala in 1996. For him 30 days, me 33 days. And for many years I had in mind to do something with this. And I had a few attempts, more in the realm of trauma and closure and stuff like this, but it didn't convince me in a way. So I revisited this project in, I think it started around 2017, with a new goal in mind, which was more to use this as a testament of corruption in Guatemala and capital punishment and criminal rehabilitation, and all these themes in Guatemala is a big part of life is gang and gang activity, and how it's managed is questionable, and to me it's not managed correctly. So this is kind of part of what the project was about. It became a book, and every image is very specific. For example, this is a portrait I took of a person that was kind of appointed to my family by the government to help negotiate. He had previous knowledge of an experience with abductions, and he knew a little bit how to handle that, how to negotiate, what they're gonna ask for, and all these things. And then these are the images a little bit scattered, you know, but I'll just kind of go one by one. This is a photograph of my father's hand. They had amputated his finger to put more pressure to my grandfather to pay the ransom, and in the end, it was 3 ransom payments. Okay, I'll get back to that. This is the town and namesake for the group of criminals who are named after the town, which is called Pasaco. It's in Jutiapa. It's fairly close to Honduras, and it's a very poor town. Very not much work, and I think situations and conditions like this cause people to be forced to take other jobs and other means of survival and being able to feed their family, in this case abducting people, you know. And this, going back to the ransom payment, his name is Abelisario Santos. He's a family friend for many years, since he was young. And he volunteered to do the first and the third ransom payments. There were 3 ransom payments, and he volunteered to do both of them. During the first one, he was instructed to take the backpack full of cash in a motorcycle at 2 in the morning on a rainy night to go from point A to point B, and he was intercepted in the middle of this trajectory, brought down in his motorcycle, severely beat up, and he took me to the precise location in the middle of the highway where that happened, that he was intercepted, and this was where this portrait was taken. On the third ransom payment. Here that day I interviewed him, and we spent the day, and he told me that he was crying. Actually, there's tears in his eyes in that photo, because he told me the third ransom payment, he left home knowing that he was going to be killed. Like, he was convinced. He said goodbye to his family like it was the last time. Fortunately enough, it wasn't, and he's still alive and has grandkids and everything, but yeah. And then this is an image I wanted to show a little bit that the project is very, has a wide variety of different type of photography, and this is a landscape to show an approximate location where we were held most of the time in the highlands of the southern Guatemala, in a mountain, in a little kind of hut. And then this is an image that also shows that in the book I use a lot of archive, and this is archive imagery taken by the police of the first location that we were held captive in Guatemala City. And in the book is also shows an image of that I took of the same house. I recently went back to visit. And then this is the work that's in the exhibition. And it was interesting when we had this conversation about portraiture and all these things. In 2019, doing the project, I went into a prison called Canada, but the nickname is Little Hell, and it's the most difficult and dangerous prison in Guatemala, and I kind of bribed my way in search for the leader of the abductor's brother. I was told that his brother was there, and once I got in, they told me, oh no, he's not here, he recently got out. But his brother is here, so the main guy was there. I did not come prepared, and I was just very nervous. I come and I meet this guy. I made up a name, and he was just confused. I'm like, I don't know who you are, and then eventually in my mind, I'm deep into this prison. It's not like a prison here that there is guards inside or anything like that. It's kind of like a little city, and it's a free-for-all in there. There's businesses and there's stuff like this. So I was pretty nervous, and then I kind of decided to tell him who I was and what I was doing there. And since I wasn't able to come in with any photographic equipment, this was my alternative to a portrait, which was this. I just asked him, can you just write your name on a piece of paper? And that was it. He wrote his name, the date, and then he signed it, and that was the document that I took in as a proof. I wanted to show a little bit more of my other work, but I think we're short on time. But this is kind of how it kind of, this was a main project that I did, and then how things have like some evolution. Then I started documenting these delivery guys from Guatemala. I hope that now that you see these images, you'll notice more in the city. They decorate their bikes and all these things. And that triggered an idea of remittances and the migrant need to send money back home and to kind of feed our economy that is being taken away from, to feed back to it. And yeah, I think I have no more time, but yeah, thank you. Yeah. I'm sorry. It's hard. It's a competition.
Hi, so I'm Stefan Ruiz, and I was asked to do this, and I wasn't quite sure what to bring our show, but I figured I would bring mostly portraiture. I work a lot for magazines and newspapers, and have also done quite a bit of commercial work, but I've always tried to use that money to pay for my own projects as well. And in any case, this themes that I'm interested in are, I guess, class, race, creativity, crime, and then just the separation of wealth throughout the world, basic things like that. This is a series I did in Monterrey, Mexico in 2011, and it was a group of like a subculture of mostly kids who listened to cumbia, a slowed down version of cumbia, which would be kind of like maybe like a dub reggae, but cumbia style. And they had their own scene. They started being targeted by the police and the military, and they ended up cutting their hair or forcing them to cut their hair. So it ended back then. It's had a resurgence now, but it's yeah. Sorry, let's see. This is a picture. This is some of the commercial stuff I do, or commissions I do. This was Bad Bunny's first, the photo for his first magazine portrait, or magazine cover, sorry. I didn't know this at the time. This was like in 2018 maybe. And then these are like him and Rosalia from, that's Bad Bunny later for Vogue, where he did a bag story. This is James Brown at his house, one of my all-time highlights as an experience. Liza Minnelli and Chloe and often, you know, on these shoots, I'll show up and I don't really know what I'm getting into. And a friend of mine had recommended this motel in LA for Chloe, and she had stayed there the night before because she'd gotten a fight with her sister, and they lived together. So that's how that ended up. This next thing is about, like, I did both these portraits quite a while ago, and I do portraits and then things happen to people, right? Like, so, and you don't, you know, I have plenty of instances of this. I didn't bring a quite brutal one, but yeah, I mean, P.T. Anderson just won the Best Picture, and then P. Diddy, this was, years ago in the Beverly Hills Hotel. I started out teaching art at San Quentin State Prison, and I was interested in I did some portraits. It was hard to get a camera in, but these are essentially some of the art, or listening to the ocean through a shell. These are the famous murals from San Quentin. They're painted by a Mexican inmate in like the 50s. There's 4 walls of them, I think, and it's the history of California. Also in San Quentin. Around the same time, I did portraits of kids with their lowrider bikes, and my idea was to do something with kids in a neighborhood that was considered, you know, not very good, or where not much creative came out of, and so, yeah, that's what that. And then after that, I started working with Colors magazine in Italy. These were some shots in Cuba that we did at a mental hospital and through the World Health Organization. And then these were in Mexico City. I did a book on telenovelas, and these are sets, actors on sets. Not they're in costume, but they're not acting. They're just, I had them pose. And then around the same time, the top 2 are at Televisa, but then, you know, they're mimicking. The guy on top is supposed to be homeless or living in a shack, and the bottom guy was living and working at basically a dump, and the guy next to him was the boss there, and he had found all these objects in the dump that he's photographed with. This was a guy who worked at the dump, and I guess this picture is important to me because it's in Mexico City, where there used to be these lakes, and where Cortez brought the horse, and where, you know, now you have a at least partly indigenous man on a horse, where there was a lake, and now it's just garbage or whatever, our waste. This, a few years ago, well, during the peace process in Colombia, I photographed the President Santos after he had won the Nobel Peace Prize. And during the interview, he was talking about how the process of disarming the FARC was about to happen. And we basically asked if we could get a contact. And he said that he would give us a contact of one of the, say, the third guy up in the FARC, and if they were okay with it, we would arrange it with them, but basically he was fine with it. So we did, and then we went to a place, this place called El Tigre in Meta, and they were, this was one group that was essentially gathering from the forest, and once they all gathered, they were taking jeeps to the government center where they would live for a while and then be disarmed. All these pictures are, I did, everyone, I asked about doing it. Most of the people did it. If they didn't want to do it, obviously that was fine. I guess part of my reason for showing this was I haven't shown this before, but with like no comment. I don't want to make like a comment on whether the FARC was good or bad or anything like that. But I would like to say that like most of these people were quite young. There were a lot of women, and they were all from poor families. And a lot of the stories they would say was that, they came home from school and maybe their whole family was killed. And so they joined the FARC at like 12. I don't know, if all the stories were true, but I remember we were traveling with them, and I remember this kid was following me. And he was just all alone, and it struck me. And then, this is Santos. And then I felt I couldn't like show this without showing this. Trump I did in 2006 maybe, well before. It was actually right after his casino had gone bankrupt. And Kissinger I did for the Financial Times. But I felt if, one of my main interests is Latin America, and I couldn't pass that one up. Because I also feel like different viewpoints are very necessary in the press. And this I did last year, or maybe the year before, of John Hinckley, who tried to assassinate Ronald Reagan. He was let out of prison a few years ago, and that was quite an interesting experience as well. Anyhow, that's it for what I have.
Hello. I think something that really connects us is, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we both kind of see how democratic portraiture is, no? Like, it doesn't matter how famous, how good, how bad, how anything, we're still behind, like in front of the lens, no? And I think that's still always a thing. Like a professor of mine, when I studied a long time ago, told me, like, remember always a portraiture is a photograph of somebody getting photographed. Like it changes, So yeah, I think that's something that really connects us, and also this like excuse to interact with different people, different characters, and are kind of like interested in just humans, no, as overall.
Yeah, for me, I think, I mean, I studied drawing and painting. I fell into photography kind of by accident, but I was very shy, and I actually liked the fact that my camera brought me into places and forced me to do things. And it was when I started getting jobs, it was kind of like almost like how a taxi driver is. They don't really know where they're going and who's getting in the car. And then you just figure it out. But so that was part of it for me. I like the interaction. I like the negotiation, as it is.
Yeah.
Between people.
And it's a big challenge sometimes, no? Like, sometimes people are tense, you have to help them or guide them and things like this. One of the questions that I wanted to ask you, I went to your house and we had a discussion, no? And I said, I want to leave this question for then, but since I've known your work, I think one of my favorite portraits is of James Brown, and you told me there's a long but interesting story, and I don't know if maybe you could.
I can tell a quick part of it.
Yeah.
So I was sent by maybe one of the English Sunday magazines, newspaper magazines, to photograph him, and of course, So I went to Georgia, where I think it's Augusta, where. And they said that Mr. Brown wasn't feeling well that day, so we wouldn't be able to do the photo or the interview. And we were supposed to do it in the hotel. And they said, but maybe you can wait until tomorrow, and he might be feeling better. So we had like no option, so we waited. And then they said, he'll do the interview today, but he doesn't want any photos. And I was like, oh, great. So but the woman told me that just bring your stuff, he'll do it at the end. And so we went, and he sent a limo for the guy, the writer. I drove the rental car, and the limo was one of James Brown's limos, and then he charged the magazine for the limo ride. And we went across the river into, I think it's North Carolina or South Carolina, and it's 13 miles from where he was born. He had there was this big gate in the middle of the country, and it looked kind of like the Queen's Mother's Gate in London, and it had a big green sign that said James Brown Boulevard. And but we drove around the gate, and then we went on to James Brown Boulevard, and we went past a lake he had, and then up to his house. And then he had this like 3-story octagonal room with a bar sunken in the middle with all these bottles of wine, and he had a velvet portrait of himself from like the 70s singing. That was amazing. And he had these people working for him. And then he came out and he said, "Hi, I'm James Brown." And I was like, and he was like my height. You know, I was pretty surprised. He was my height with like his hair and his cowboy boots. And I was like, wow, I just, thought he'd be bigger. But but he was great. And the writer was English, and at one point the writer started asking him about his drug use, and James Brown just wasn't having it, and he just stood up and he said, "How do I know you are who you say you are?" And he, "Show me some ID." And and he carded the writer right then, and then the writer stopped asking about drug use, and then after that he just loved me and my assistant, and gave us a tour around the house without the writer, and then let me take photos. And It was great.
Yeah, I that reminds me a little bit. A few years ago, I got asked to do this job for HBO in Mexico City, and is for a series on HBO. And one of the actors is a famous singer, Natanael Cano. He sings corridos, and I didn't know about him, and I didn't know about his music genre at the time. And I met his manager on set. He's from the Bronx. He's like a Dominican guy from the Bronx. He like spoke really bad English. So as soon as we met, and I'm like, oh, I live in New York, and it was like a breath of fresh air for this guy. He's like, finally somebody understands. I'm from the Bronx. and he's like, yo, you think you can take a portrait of Nata? Like we need it's for a campaign for Spotify. And I was like, yeah, sure, let's do it. I can rent a studio one of these days and like organize it and have, like we can schedule that. And he was like, no, this kid doesn't work like that. Like, it's a little bit like James Brown that, it's whatever they're in the mood. He's like, no, he won't show up. Like, you just have to hang out with us, and at some point he'll let you take it. So bring your stuff and let's hang out. So after set, we went to the apartment, and I kind of nudged the manager, like, hey, we can do it now, I have a small setup. I had a backpack with my equipment and stuff. And he goes up to him, and he comes back. No, he said he wants to eat first. So then they order sushi, and we eat sushi, all of us together. And then after that, I'm like, okay. And no, he wants to take a nap. He takes a nap. I'm just hanging out. After, no, he's playing video games. And after he comes out, and he's a nice guy, but he was like 22 or less, just being overworked. He just wants to be a kid, And he told me like, hey, listen, to be honest, the last thing I want to do right now is do this, but let's see, And as soon as I started, I would show him, and he really got into it. Oh, that's cool. I like the light. Let's try, like, kind of also suggesting technical things. Let's try the light from here. And I was like, okay. And we follow his guy. And then super nice guy at the end. He's like, hey, come with us. We're going to go eat to this restaurant, And I think it was the first time I hung out with a celebrity, especially one that I didn't know who he was. So to me, I didn't have this like celebrity thing of look. I saw him as some kid, We go to this restaurant. They like rent out this whole section. They're like smoking weed in the restaurant. Nobody can tell them anything because he's very famous. And then in the music, by coincidence, his music, because they didn't know he was showing up. It was just like a radio station or something. And I'm like, and I asked somebody of his like crew, like, that's his song? And they're like, yeah, it's normal. Like, he's famous. You don't know. He just did Coachella, And then he was telling his manager, like, all stressed out, like, hey, my mom needs more money, send her 20 more thousand, like, and then he'd come with us to our, like, he was super nice. Come with us after party, we're going back to the apartment, and like that. And it's just this roller coaster. You don't know where you're going, and you're just saying yes to everything, and that's it. But yeah, I think that's.
Wait, I got a question. I have one question.
Okay.
All right, so I kind of. So the fact that you were kidnapped, and then, I mean, I'm not. Let's say I'm feeling rushed here, but anyhow, the fact that you were kidnapped, and went through this whole terrible situation, has obviously affected like your whole life, right? And then you did the book, which I imagine, I could be wrong, helped you through some of the process of healing, right? But then now you have to constantly discuss it and go over it and over it. And do you get
Yeah, I think,
of that?
and you had mentioned something about discussing this, and I think it's important because I think the main struggle with me doing this project has been to reiterate that it's not like in this instance, it's not about me, you know, it's about all these broader issues in Guatemala. I studied in Barcelona photography in like 2010, and I started doing a project about it in that scope of like trauma and closure, and I got really depressed, and I think that made me have this closure. And then when I came to do it this time around, I was like healed per se. You know, I talk to a psychoanalyst every week, and we have found parallels and things that, oh, maybe this caused this or and stuff like this, but it's pretty healed. Like, it's never, during this whole process of doing this project, to me has been not like triggering or nothing, you know. Even meeting the guy and going to the location where we were held captive, it was like I'm doing a story, you know. But it's interesting because my mom is here in the crowd, and she helped me do all of the copyright and translation of all the text, and we would spend hours and late nights, and sometimes we would get to because every photograph has a caption, and at one point is this very dense photograph is an archive photograph of me during the abduction. And I'm like, oh, we're almost done, you know, it's 2 in the morning, we're almost done, let's just finish this. And I just hear my mom on the phone crying, and I'm like, what happened? And because I would forget, this is me and that's her son, and like, I was just working, you know. And then she would be like, I just can't do this page, and I'm like, why? And then I would remember, and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, you're right, I forgot that also you haven't had all this process. So I think for my family, for a lot of my family members, it was very much like that. I exhibited in Guatemala initially the whole project, and I took a photograph of my mom, my sister, my aunt, and my cousin, all hugging and crying together and reminiscing of all these things. So it's been more closure for some family members, but for me it's been more, let me use this story to discuss my frustrations, like this like iron fist ruling that is now taking over Latin America with Bukele, which I am heavily against, but that type of mentality of let's eradicate them and kill all of them instead of let's rehabilitate, let's see why these things, why is your child misbehaving? It's not because they're evil, is they're missing something, they need something, you know. So yeah, I think that's
and a lot of it's down to economic stress, right?
exactly.
And
Yeah. Okay, thank you everybody, thank you for coming.
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out how do I get the first slide. Hi, everyone. So we have a little bit of a race to the end of the track, as I say, or the end of the day or the night. It's an interesting segue, and I was just thinking, I wish I was inside Reiner's brain earlier to figure out the connection between all that we've been. If you've been here the day, there's some wonderful kind of resonances from one to the next, and I'm trying to figure out what he had in mind for Camilo and I for now, because I'm suddenly thinking that I guess you thought that my Nicaragua work was a portrait of me. And that's what that's the segue to what Camilo and I were going to talk about, which was place in time, over time, in a way, different kinds of sense of time, but we have something in common, which is really the then, the now, and then what you can record in the moment, and then how things evolve unexpectedly. And we handle that differently. We may not, at the end, be able to talk about it. So I'm going to go very quickly through work that some of you may know, maybe not know. I want to make sure I'm respectful for the history that you may not know. The connection just now with Ruiz from Guatemala to Nicaragua, if you know the history before the time that he was speaking about. So I begin with a passport because to be a gringa is to be a gringa. You're always a gringa, no matter what, how much time, how much Spanish you might speak. So I'm going to begin with that and just give you a sense of what it's like to, I think I look back and think that I may never have gone to Nicaragua if I wasn't a student of 68. So I'll leave you with that and we'll keep moving. So Nicaragua in that period of time, how I get there, all the details are not so important, but I'm landing in a place that I don't belong. And so the question of how do you, I think you were just talking about this, Stefan, you know, how do you build trust, even in the context of a portrait, in a place that's in motion, is a whole different dynamic, right? So I'm trying to be in a situation where I'm both making images that are, I would say, timely and timeless, trying to be present, and at the same time, I'm not making specific relationships yet in the settings that are shifting. And I'm not even understanding what's unfolding day by day. So I'm testing myself. I've never been in situations close to men who have arms, obviously, automatic weapons. There's no front line in Nicaragua. It's not like Vietnam. It's not like what we're experiencing now as we watch with our iPhones from a distance with the Middle East. You are going around corners and encountering. So what we've been talking about a little bit during the day is what's outside the frame of the making of the image. I'm in a car. I'm protected. These are people pulled off a bus in front of me. I don't know what they're looking for. They might find some hint, and I think this resonates a bit with Luis talking about why someone is targeted. You don't exactly know. What evidence do they carry in the way they walk? What might be snuck into their boots? The wounds that they might have from any activity. So they're suspected as being part of the opposition to Somoza. I'm also dealing with something I'd never dealt with before, which is photographs that aren't just being made, but they're being circulated. I've never had that experience. The earlier work before Nicaragua, I wasn't part of, and I don't think of myself as working for, as we just were hearing from Stefan, but my work obviously started to appear because of the nature of what was happening around me. So being on the cover of the New York Times at that point was people knew where I was, but I didn't have any means to communicate with them. So you have to also, those of you who are younger, imagine there are no cell phones, there's no email, there's no DHL. In order for me to get my film to New York, I have to pack it up, trust somebody on a plane to take it somewhere, and I have to come back to see it. It's Kodachrome. We were talking about materiality earlier today. The material of Kodachrome had a certain processing, 2 days, a third day, in order to see it, only a few labs. So there are lots of stories around the making of this work that we don't really have time to talk about. But just to give you, I think, a sense of, unlike a portrait setting, you're in a modality which involves responsiveness, having to be intuitive. Nobody tells you where to be. You're trying to find the moment, as I said, but also you're dependent in a certain way. You're reacting and you're responding. There's a subtlety, I think, in the difference of that. Somoza bombed 5 towns. It starts to intensify. No one expects that the Sandinistas are going to take a triumph. It's the first revolution after Cuba, 59, in Latin America. So just to give you a quick historical framework. So I'm making a photograph of somebody named Pablo Arauz. It's the day before the night that Somoza leaves the country. So this is the gesture of the triumph in a certain way, or read that way by the Nicaraguans. I want to segue because I think, you know, you're going to hear Camilo talk about the new book that he's working on. And this book becomes a kind of bicultural object. It has to speak to the people that are in the photographs. It has to speak to the people who will be looking at them, both from Nicaragua and from any other part of the world. It's published in French, Spanish, and English. It has a kind of presence because of the perhaps hopes of what that revolution might become or might represent for the future. I had a very strong feeling that the work I was making didn't belong to me, and so this issue of repatriation becomes very important very quickly. I start to see the ways in which the Nicaraguans are using my work, not in exchange, no discussions about copyright. You can see that this is the New York Times cover. It's flopped. It's a tourist poster for the people who live in Monimbo. I become fascinated by this history of images having the life of their own. So the Molotov man he's a symbol of the Christians because he's wearing a cross. He gets painted, you know, on the local, not in his own hometown, but on a town, not even the town where he fought. And then that town, he's blackened out 10 years later at the point where they're about to have an election, and ultimately the election overthrows the Sandinistas out of power. So I think that's interesting, just the way pictures the power, the necessity to erase the image, erase it from memory. My memory begins at a whole nother level when I decide to go back, and this blew me away, Reiner. I don't know that you were thinking about this, but I make a film called Pictures from Revolution. We saw at the beginning of the day this amazing film of people of the filmmaker bringing Sanders' photographs back to the population, some of whom are in photographs or new people in photographs. And I had never seen that film. I don't know if I'd seen it if I would have done this, actually. But anyway, I went back to find the people in my photographs 10 years later. That's how I meet Pablo. And I'm tracing. I'm going to give you just a sense of tracing. 25 years later, for the triumph of the revolution, he is still the symbol of the revolution. That is his hometown. I'm 25 years in. I think that, again, what is this question? What did these pictures mean to the people who are either in them or have seen them or have heard stories about that period of time? And so this is another film project called Reframing History, bringing 19 murals. They took power July 19th, symbolically back to 4 towns to, in the landscape, have people respond. And so there are no headshots. It's all listening to what people say as they project their memories on the moments that the murals portray. The 40th anniversary. Somebody sends me on Facebook what I've now made into a postcard. So you see the Molotov man, it's come off my website, and you see a young rebel who's actually mimicking in some ways, though not necessarily having seen that image. But I think the important thing is this is 2018. This is the resistance movement, the last real popular demonstration against Ortega, who is now back in power as a Sandinista president. So I'm going to end with a very short film, because this question of how you make a book, I'm really interested in how iconic images can be fractured or challenge us to look at them and look beyond them and connect the people who are in them back in some way to us. So this is the edition of the book has just come out with Aperture, and let's see if it's going to work. Whoop. Oh, nope, it doesn't work. That's Camilo. How did we get this to activate? We tested it, or she tested it. Okay. So there are QR codes in the book, and when you use your iPhone over the QR code, it links, as you'll see, thanks, that's great, to one of the characters in the photograph of the New York Times that I just showed you. Thanks. Do we have sound?
Yo me vengo dando cuenta de la realidad de nosotros los pobres, con un gobierno que defiende los intereses capitalistas. De allí es cuando nosotros nace esa conciencia de luchar por los pobres.
Sorry, we're hearing
Que
it,
somos
not
pobres,
seeing it.
pero nosotros luchamos por aquellos que todavía no se deciden. Entonces, pues, el carácter personal mío, eso me impulsó a dar ese paso de sumarme a la lucha.
There we go. Okay.
Okay. Can you?
With audio?
Yeah. Sorry. So that just gives you a sense of how it.
Yo me vengo dando cuenta de la realidad de nosotros los pobres, con un gobierno que defiende los intereses capitalistas. De allí es cuando nosotros nace esa conciencia de luchar por los pobres. Que somos pobres, pero nosotros luchamos por aquellos que todavía no se deciden. Entonces, pues, el carácter personal mío, eso me impulsó a dar ese paso de sumarme a la lucha.
So, sorry to be very fast, but it's 50 years. How do you possibly talk about it in 15 minutes? But, you know, it's trying to figure out how images continue to have lives, and the people in the photographs have lives. We've been experiencing that in different ways, maybe all day. And I think that I struggle with that. I think I love the frame, I love the composition of a photograph, and then I want to rip it up and complement it and create things in and around it. So I'm going to, end with Camilo, who also thinks about time, and I think it's sort of we're all in time. Whatever we make is in time. So, Camilo, your turn.
Nice meeting you all. I'm happy to be here, and very interesting two presentations that I was able to see. I'm sort of a very different doc, so what I can hold it.
Yeah, maybe just let's do that.
What moves me has what moves me has very little to do with changing things, with doing the good, fighting for the good and righting wrongs or anything like that. It's just following things and see what happens. But I take a very special part of, in this case, the United States, to follow because that interests me. And those are areas of extreme poverty. So I picked areas where maybe the level of poverty was about 30%. And in cities like Newark, Chicago, Los Angeles, Oakland, and many other places. And I figured I would just take pictures. So, for instance, I would try to go all over the area, the areas that were the poorest areas in the cities. So I would do the main streets, I would do the side streets, and I found things. So the first picture here is like an 1830s house in Newark, New Jersey, one of the oldest houses there. And the landlord is just taking the pipes because I guess he's not getting the rent paid, and it's burning and things are falling apart, and he's not going to fix it. So he's just abandoning the house. And then I follow, what did I do? And then I follow the house every couple of years. I would go there every year. I have many more pictures of it. So the second, you can see how the abandonment begins there and how graffiti starts. And you can see the old cars there. You can date my pictures by the cars. I think this picture's about 78. Then that's the next one. You see the whole center of the 3 houses is falling. Here is 3 of the row houses have fallen. And what you have left is that the folks that were in the small garage on the side have a place to fix cars. So the majority of the people there were blacks, and then the ones that were fixing cars were Puerto Ricans. I talked to that woman there. It's kind of always impressed me because she's like, if somebody would do a fashion shoot for somebody in extreme poverty, we couldn't come with a better example. So I went and asked her, what is it like to live without heat in a house that's falling apart and it's burning? And she says, my problem is my husband. He put the knife on me. And here is the family that lived there. I guess those came out of order. But then all the houses have left. Then it becomes a parking area. Then a building goes up there. There are universities that are very close. Rutgers is one, and NJIT is another. And their purpose there is to try to attract biotech industry. So they find this one, which then gets built, and there's about 2 years ago, and that's what it looks now. Guess what it is? It's a place, part of the vampire economy. So what's the vampire economy? It's the economy where people sell plasma or blood and stuff like that. So what people do here, they come here, they can stay inside, and they can test drugs on them. So by the time this building went up in Newark, the firm is a French firm. That's why you see the French flag. Their headquarters in France were testing a drug, and one person died and another person became a vegetable from the testing of the drug. So that's my one series. Then I'll change. What I did then again is I began to take pictures inside the buses because partly because I had never seen, I'm sure there are, but I had never seen somebody to just take the buses and start taking pictures of whatever happened there. So this is a series of pictures of people riding the buses in Newark. I've done that in the Bronx and in a lot of other places. Series of pictures like this, I could do them for Oakland, for LA, for Chicago, and so on. This is just Newark. So you get a sense of the changing city. Who is riding the buses? Who is riding the buses this way? Why are there so many Latinos in Newark? How come the city has changed from being a almost completely black city, 75% over that, 80% at one point, to, what does that mean? How many minutes I have? 3 minutes? Jeez. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to end up with this thing. Those are people from San Salvador that just got to Newark. I'm sure most of them were there illegally. But they are pretty happy to be there. And until a woman there, the one in the front, he says that they are there to do la limpieza, which means to do cleaning, to take those jobs that nobody wants. So I guess I'm not going to be able to get into very much. Although here, I sort of park myself in a corner that's a crossroad. Very busy crossroad in Newark called the Four Corners. And then just took pictures in that corner. Like you can see them. What? That got, okay. So again, I guess I'm past my time, am I? I'm okay? Okay. Then the idea came to me, I mean, who am I? But somehow, places like the Bronx and Newark had a set of admirable people that didn't reflect the population that lived in Newark. For instance, in the case of Newark, probably one of the most famous, at least the most famous person there is Philip Roth. Now, the last time there was a significant Jewish population in Newark was maybe 50, 60 years ago. So why not a Nigerian? Why not, because there are 6% of the population is Nigerian. Why not a Latino, the 45%? So somebody in Newark named Kia built an ark that you can see it coming out on the left. And here you see Kia building the ark. And the ark was built with stuff that she found, you know, the remains of the city. She would just take the 2x4s, take telephone poles, she would take all kinds of different pieces that she found in the city. And she would build things like this. This she called her library. The books there that you see were books that the Newark Public Library had thrown away, including the North American Review and Scribner's and books like that, that they were year by year all organized there. And that's what her face looks like. By the way, to me, she looks like a man for the first 2 years, and then she declared herself a woman. So I was Kia. The third thing, I became interested in the things that are left behind, that kind of represent a population that's not there. So they're like ghost objects, signs like this, you know, and sort of track them down. That's an old sort of white working class tavern. Those were signs that, you know, beepers, that this is from the late 80s, 90s. That's somebody decorating a barber shop. And this is a leftover sign from maybe a butcher shop, which the building doesn't exist, the place is there no more. And this is one place that still exists. And this place is also long gone. It's sort of a black store in the Central Ward. I think, well, what, you know, you can ask me. You can ask me if you want, we can talk. Sure, sure. No, it's just that 20 minutes thing. Susan coming?
No, Susan left.
Oh, she left?
Yeah, perfect. Sorry.
So I think we're supposed to kind of connect Susan, who unfortunately there were time issues and has now left, and her work with your work. And so I was wondering, when you were watching her presentation, if you had any thoughts.
What?
On the similarities, kind of the intersections. where we are doing this.
You want me to speak about it?
You can speak about it. Why don't you just keep talking? I mean, you tell some stories maybe I think you're a wealth of knowledge from your experience taking pictures and building up a portfolio. And so this is my father, and he's 82 years old, and he's still taking 81. Okay, 81. And he's still taking pictures every day. And I think you've developed an incredible practice that I really admire greatly. And so I think it was in the 70s you had a job in Midtown, and you were living in Yonkers. I wasn't around then, but you would take Metro North to 125th, one stop, and that's when the archive of 125th Street began. Because you were supposed to be reviewing movies, but no one was there to make sure you were in the dark theater, and so you could just get on that train, 3 hours taking pictures, go back. And I think there's a number of students here, and these stories are kind of useful for them to think about how you can support yourself, make your work, get by, and how over time it starts to make sense.
Well, that was a miracle. It just, how did it happen? Why would somebody give money to somebody to just go down and portray how cities fall apart? I really believe that the Bronx was that was the end of the Bronx, and I was witnessing, it just, there'll be nothing left. So it needed to be photographed somehow. You needed to do it, and then, with years passed, and that didn't happen. But the fact that there was such an abandonment, open up the buildings. You could go up to the roofs if you want. You could take pictures from the roof. Because in addition to taking pictures from buses and taking pictures from corners like intersection, crossroads, where the people move, where the people, I would go up to the tall buildings, particularly in New York, the housing projects, and also in Newark. And then I would photograph all the surroundings, because where you put the housing project is where the poorest areas are. So you get to photograph them, and then you get to come another year and you photograph it again, and you see what changes have happened. And you keep a record, and the record drives you, because you are into it, you have a story, and you have a story that nobody else has.
But I'm just going to interject there a second, and I think it's kind of what Susan Meiselas said. She went to Nicaragua with this American passport. You came to the U.S. with a Chilean passport. You were not part of these places. You were an outsider to them and the United States. And what I think the reputation of the U.S. in the 60s, it was the richest country in the world. And you're also coming here and you're discovering these areas of immense poverty that was completely new. This idea that a city could become abandoned. I mean, there's Santiago and there's Valparaiso and there's a couple other places, but at the time, they're very small in comparison. And this is a completely new idea. I think to you, right? I mean,
well, no. That part of the reason is that if I had stayed home, I would not have dared to do this, because it would have broken my heart. What do I do when I see people sleeping on the streets and so on? But here there was some kind of detachment, because these were not my buildings. This was not my place. This was not my poverty, although I had plenty of that. So I could do that. And the most extraordinary thing that happened, outside of getting this Genius Award and the other stuff, is that the Library of Congress started collecting my images, and there are like 22,000 images of all this stuff, that are in the website. You can see them. Anybody can watch them. So, I don't know. Questions from the audience? out, please.
I would love to hear what are you photographing now? what catches your curiosity
the, the things are so extraordinary. If I were to explain to you that I live on Fifth Avenue and right across from the Metropolitan, and I look at Central Park, so I've started photographing every little corner of Central Park. But my big project is Times Square. So I've been photographing Times Square for a long time, but I continue to do it just going back and seeing like the amount of billboards, that they one adds on top of another, on top of another, on top of another. And it keeps growing, it keeps adding, and the little places that were left, like the places that are left in Newark, are still there, still you can find them in some odd corners, but they're threatened, they're disappearing. So I'm really fascinated by what's going on in Times Square.
I think that's where the acceleration of change in Newark, like when the mayor was arrested, and you happen to be taking pictures. The current mayor was arrested for protesting the ICE facility. And how all of this, I think, is everything that's been happening on a national level in Newark has been fast, I would say almost accelerated, the pace of.
Sure, it was very, very interesting, but it's not just, the ICE situation is a terrible one. And to see thousands and thousands of people very, very scared is and distrustful and not feeling safe. But there are other things that interest me, it's just, the mayor is the son of Amiri Baraka, who was a famous poet. And of course, he supports Black culture. And his emphasis in the city has been most of all showing his murals of his father and the cultural aspects, and images of famous Blacks and so on, but sort of ignoring the Latino presence there. So the Salvadorians and Guatemalans and Ecuadorians, and there are large numbers of them, and even the Nigerians and West Africans, they don't make it, they are not part of it, and they're completely out of it because they don't know who, the railroad, the Underground Railroad,
Harriet
Tubman. They have no idea who Harriet Tubman is, and so you see this city that it's kind of, it's trying to maintain or having a black American image, which on the one hand does not reflect the population, and on the other hand it does not reflect the country, because Trump is trying to, sort of downplay slavery and downplay all these other things, and saying focus on the greatness of America. So those are things that I find really interesting. I mean, poverty as poverty and poverty in itself doesn't interest me. What it interests me is it's how it manifests itself, and how it manifests itself, not just the people, but it's the people and the buildings, and the people and the buildings and how they change. Yeah. Good. Thank you.
a little bit of patience. We have, unfortunately, a close friend of Stephen Donziger's died, and he had to make travel arrangements. But we will screen the 8 minutes. He did give a presentation on his life story in 8 minutes at MoMA R&D. That is on YouTube. So we're gonna try and pull it up for Ben to relate to and respond to. So if you give us just a little bit of time to pull that up, that's MoMA. MoMA, you need MoMA? Yeah, but it's the bullies. It's not bullies. MoMA R&D. Yeah, that's it. You just go to 1 minute.
Really talk about life.
1 hour. Yeah, it's right after him. Okay, right after that. Right after that. Yeah, that's him. And it's really an incredible story, and it's going to come up right now and gives the context for the conversation. Okay. We get the lights down that we can see something.
Thank you so much. That man is an absolute hero to me. I'm a lawyer, and I'm going to talk a little bit about corporate bullying and the use of the law as a weapon. Let it go to bully people. My story's a little out there, a little interesting, so and we don't have much time, so I'm gonna tell it really quick. Way back in 1993, I was a year out of law school, and I went down to the Amazon of Ecuador with a group of people to investigate what was described as a terrible pollution problem. We found out that Texaco, an American oil company, had gone into the Amazon in the 1960s and designed a system of oil extraction that deliberately dumped billions of gallons of cancer-causing oil waste into the rainforest. Pipes were discharging oil waste directly into rivers and streams that indigenous groups and farmer communities were drinking out of, were bathing in, and fishing out of these water sources. And this started in the late 60s. I got there in the early 1990s. By this time, people were sick. The environment was devastated. We formed a group of lawyers, and we filed a class action lawsuit against Texaco here in New York. Texaco's headquarters were in New York at the time. And over the course of the next 18 years, because their defense strategy was essentially to sabotage the trial and avoid a trial and delay things as much as they could, we ended up winning the case. We won a landmark $10 billion pollution judgment that came down in 2011. At that point, they concluded they did not want to pay the people of Ecuador. We had filed the case originally in the United States. They insisted it be heard in Ecuador. So there was a big 10-year battle at the outset of the case to determine where the trial would be held. Once we got down to Ecuador at their request, and we started to litigate the case, present thousands and thousands of water and soil samples that showed high levels of pollution, they switched gears and started to attack Ecuador's courts. And at the end of the case, when we finally won, after overcoming an incredible amount of delaying tactics and sabotage, they vowed never to pay the judgment. As a matter of fact, their lead lawyer said, "We will fight this until hell freezes over and then fight it out on the ice." And the communities in Ecuador, there's 5 indigenous groups, farmer communities are really suffering. They have been dealing with this for over 5 decades. Most people don't know about it. It's in an isolated part of the world. And when Texaco went in and they decided to engineer the system to pollute, and they calculated they could get away with it, they counted on the communities not having any money, as we know money, although they live prosperously in the rainforest. And they never thought they would find a group of lawyers, both in Ecuador and the United States and other countries, to form a legal team that would actually find the funds to represent them. So after this incredible legal battle that resulted in an historic judgment against Texaco, Chevron in the meantime had bought Texaco, so the case is now against Chevron. Rather than pay the people they poisoned, they decided to go after me as one of the key lawyers, and I live here in Manhattan, live here in New York, and they came back to the same court in New York that we had originally filed the case in the early 1990s, where they didn't want the case to be tried, and they sued me in that same court. And the initial lawsuit was for treble damages on the judgment in Ecuador. The initial judgment was $20 billion. So I got sued personally for $60 billion in the year 2011. It's funny you're laughing, because like I came home that day to my family, I'm like, guess what happened today? It is absurd, and it really is kind of a form of bullying. It's a form of using the law to try to intimidate a lawyer, but not just me. They're trying to weaponize me to intimidate all lawyers, all young lawyers, advocates, from joining this case or taking on this work. So we kept going, and eventually we won a unanimous Supreme Court decision in Canada. I'm severely abbreviating the story, but in 2015, we won a unanimous Supreme Court decision in Canada, allowing the assets in Canada more than enough to cover the entirety of the judgment. When that happened, the Chevron lawyers concocted a scheme to basically have me locked up. And I ended up spending almost 3 years detained, most of that time on house arrest on the Upper West Side of Manhattan, where I wore an ankle bracelet. And part of that time in federal prison, 6 weeks in federal prison, up in Danbury, Connecticut. This happened between 2019 and 2022, and I want to explain a little bit about what I would call the art of corporate abuse, because we are in a museum, so I think there's something artful about how these corporate lawyers sit around and design ways to try to bully people who take them on and try to hold them accountable. And the way they did it to me is they convinced a very pro-corporate judge to hold me in contempt of court because I refused to give Chevron my computer and confidential case file, which was an order in a civil litigation that I nor any other lawyer I know had ever seen before. Like, you don't force lawyers to turn over the confidential case file to adversary counsel in the middle of a litigation. So I was very honest with the judge, and I said, look, I'm not going to turn it over. Please hold me in contempt of court, which he did. It's a civil contempt. I appealed it to the appellate court, and ultimately the judge charged me with criminal contempt of court, which is, I had never seen this before. He took the charges to the U.S. attorney, the federal prosecutor, who refused to prosecute me. So the judge appointed a private corporate law firm to step into the shoes of the U.S. government and prosecute me directly. And it turns out this private law firm, which is based here in New York, had Chevron as a client. So I am the only person, I have like no time, I'm the only person in this country ever targeted with a private corporate prosecution. And this was a misdemeanor case, the lowest level federal offense. There's never been a lawyer in the history of this country who spent 1 minute locked up for what I was charged with. And the maximum sentence, if guilty, and I'm not guilty, although a judge found me guilty after a non-jury trial, is 180 days in prison. And if you combine all the time I spent at home with my ankle bracelet, my 6 weeks in prison, 4.5 more months back at home, I served 993 days on a 180-day sentence. And I just want to say, and I'll sit down in a second, there's something in the academic world called SLAP lawsuits. Many of you probably heard of them, which stands for Strategic Lawsuit Against Public Participation. And these are ways corporations and sometimes governments or governmental entities will sue advocates, sue activists, sue normal citizens who speak out and try to use the lawsuit as a weapon of harassment to shut them up, that is, to violate their First Amendment rights. I think what happened to me is probably the mother of all SLAP lawsuits. I'm good, like the case is still viable, it's going on, but they still have my passport. I cannot leave the country, I'm sort of still dealing with it. But I just want, there's so many types of bullying taking place in our society. And I'm so honored, by the way, to be with this distinguished panel of super smart people. But one way that I think is often overlooked, and Mr. Balot, who, you know, I don't know if you saw the movie Mark Ruffalo made called Dark Waters, that was based on his story. Brilliant lawyer, and there are a lot of lawyers out there like this gentleman, me, and others who are dealing with just this incredibly intense corporate counterattack that takes place through the legal system. So thank you.
Thank you.
So just to explain, Stephen is not able to travel, so that is the good news update. So please.
Just one technical note. How do I move the slides forward? Okay, good. All right. Well, hello, thank you. My name is Benjamin Hett. I'm a history professor here at Hunter. The pair that is in conversation here really is Mr. Donziger, whom we just saw, and a lawyer I'll talk about a little bit named Hans Litten. And unfortunately, neither of them can be with us. Mr. Donziger, as we just heard, because he recently experienced the death of someone close to him and he has to be away. Hans Litten can't be with us because he was born in 1903 and died at the hands of the Nazis in Dachau concentration camp in 1938. So I am, in a sense, channeling the pair that is in conversation. I guess my weak claim to this is that in my crazy, wild youth, I was a lawyer for a few years, but certainly not as brave or smart a lawyer as either of these gentlemen. So I will just try to convey a little bit of what is similar between the two of them. Mr. Donziger, I think we just saw, did a great job of explaining his story. There's so much in his case that was so sketchy, and he hit some of the high points. I've done a little research on this over the last few days, and it's quite astonishing how the legal system went after this man. The one federal judge in particular who was hearing this case where Chevron sued him for obtaining the verdict by fraud, not only had him prosecuted, not only overrode, in a sense, the U.S. attorney who wouldn't prosecute the case to get it prosecuted privately, but then on that contempt charge that Mr. Donziger was also prosecuted for, the lawyer basically manipulated the system to make sure it went to a very conservative judge who was very likely to convict him, and that is what happened. Again, basically violating all the procedural rules. It's an extraordinary story. And although certainly I was taught as a law student and I learned as a practicing lawyer that you should not opine on a case unless you have experienced all the evidence yourself, it is very hard for me to avoid the conclusion that this is a whole lot of really sleazy stuff going on to victimize this advocate because he took on a very powerful oil company. The very powerful oil company, by the way, this is another sleazy thing that struck me. When the case was moved from New York to Ecuador, it was moved on condition that Chevron promised it would respect the decision of the Ecuadorian court. And then as soon as the decision of the Ecuadorian court came down, $9.5 billion judgment, Chevron moved all its assets out of Ecuador and started prosecuting Mr. Donziger. So that's how much they kept to their word. It's an extraordinary story. And you know, again, here we have a lawyer who is trying to challenge a very powerful interest and who is really getting shafted by the system from all kinds of directions for doing that. Now, years ago, I wrote a book about Hans Litten, a young lawyer who was active in Berlin, Germany in the late 20s and early 30s, whose story is in many ways rather similar to Stephen Donziger's. Litten came from a well-placed family. Here we see him as a small boy. He's the one, if you look at the sort of bald guy in military uniform in the middle, that's Hans Litten's father. Litten is the boy, as we're looking at the picture, just to his left. Father has his arm around him. I got this picture from Hans Litten's niece when I was working on this book, and she pointed out to me that you can see Hans Litten kind of wriggling away from his father, kind of dropping his shoulder to get away from him. They had a terrible relationship. And I mention this, I mean, it's a very Freudian story, but I mention this because I believe, to sort of pop psychologize the thing, that this left Lytton with sort of a hatred of father-type figures, or maybe more precisely, a hatred of authoritarian and domineering men. And the theme of his brief legal career was that he kept going after very hard, powerful men, and I have a feeling that somehow he saw the shade of his father behind them. He spent years litigating a case against the police chief of Berlin for his liability for presiding over the shooting and killing of 32 peacefully protesting people by the Berlin police in 1929. But the thing that Hans Lytton is most famous for is subpoenaing Adolf Hitler to testify in a trial in 1931, in which 4 Nazi stormtroopers were being prosecuted for shooting at some communist activists. And Lytton wanted to show that the violence was happening because Hitler was ordering it to happen. This is 2 years before Hitler was in power as dictator of Germany. And so Lytton summoned Hitler to a court and subjected him to a 3-hour cross-examination in which he basically ground Hitler into the dust. He caught him in repeated contradictions. Lytton was a ferociously able lawyer. He was brilliant, he was fearless, he was relentless, he was always massively prepared. He had a photographic memory, and he knew the brief, and he knew the facts inside and out. And you would not want to be cross-examined by this guy, because he would ruin any of us, I'm quite sure, and he certainly ruined Adolf Hitler. There is a, let me screen ahead here a little bit. This is a bootleg picture. You weren't supposed to bring a camera into a German courtroom, but there was a photographer who was famous for doing so. And he caught this picture of Hitler as he's being cross-examined by Lytton. And I think the picture is remarkable because, you know, we are used to seeing Hitler trying to project an image of power and confidence and striking fear into people. And here we have a Hitler who very definitely looks like he's on the ropes. He looks nervous, he looks tense, he looks tired. I think you can see really visually here how Hans Lytton was getting to him. Well, let me go back a little bit here. This is one of my favorite pictures of Hans Lytton. Hans Lytton's nickname was the Bear. And in Berlin, there is a fountain called the Bear Fountain. You can probably guess why from the picture. And sometime in the early 30s, Lytton had his picture taken here emulating one of the bears in the fountain. He was a bear in more sense than one. He was a very large, physically large man, tall and kind of bulky. And he had a pretty ferocious temper. And, you know, like a lot of trial lawyers, he's not someone you would want to have gotten into an argument with. Well, you might guess that someone who subjected Hitler to really a powerful public humiliation in 1931 might be in a bit of trouble in 1933 when Adolf Hitler became dictator of Germany. And if you guessed that, you would be right to guess that. Hitler came to power as not quite yet dictator, but as chancellor of the country on the 30th of January, 1933. And so there were a few weeks in February when Germany still had something vaguely resembling a constitution and the rule of law. And in those times, friends and family kept saying to Hans Lytton, you really need to get out of Germany because they're going to come after you. And Hans kept saying, no, the working people of Germany can't leave. I can't abandon them. I have clients. I need to stay here and do my work for my clients. And then came on the 27th of February, exactly 4 weeks into Hitler's chancellorship, the event known as the Reichstag fire, which is still controversial as to who set it. I wrote a whole book about that if anyone's curious. But it's not controversial what happened next. The Nazis used the fire as a pretext to pass an emergency decree on the theory that the fire had been set by communists and that it was the beginning of a communist coup d'etat against Hitler's government. And they used this to arrest about 5,000 people in the next day whom they deemed to be opponents of them. And one of those people arrested was Hans Lytton. Not extraordinarily surprising. Hans Lytton was taken first to the Berlin police headquarters and then to a string of new things that were starting to appear in Germany called concentration camps. And in these concentration camps, he was regularly beaten, tortured. The stormtroopers guarding him would sometimes pretend they were going to shoot him, and they would take him and hold a gun to his head and photograph the occasion, and then they wouldn't actually shoot him. They were just trying to terrorize him. He was forced, like many prisoners, to do hard labor, frequently beaten, and so on and so on. He spent about 5 years like this, being shipped around from camp to camp. Finally, in late 1937, he ended up at the infamous camp of Dachau near Munich in southern Germany. And he was there through the winter, still forced to do hard labor. By this time, basically physically and mentally broken, in very bad health. And it was clear that he was not going to be released. His mother, let me just get to this. His mother, the amazing Irmgard Lydon, had led a campaign to try and get him out, including she would reach out to powerful politicians in Britain who would lobby Hitler's government and saying, why can't you release this guy? He's just a young lawyer, you know, let him go. The Lydon family was well connected, and Irmgard Lydon was also able to lobby some rather powerful people in the German establishment and say, can't you put pressure on Hitler to let Hans out? And the word kept coming back to her, no, I tried. If you talk to Hitler about Lydon, he just explodes in rage. I'm sorry, nothing is happening. And so by February 1938, it was pretty clear to Lydon that he was not ever going to get out. And under those circumstances, late on the night of the 4th of February 1938, he took his own life in Dachau. His mother and his brothers very quickly fled Germany after that because the Gestapo was after them. The amazing Irmgard spent the war in Britain doing broadcasts for the BBC directed towards Germany. His brothers, one of his brothers joined the British Army. Another brother lived in Switzerland. As I learned from Hans' niece, who I've gotten to be quite good friends with, having this brother or this son in your family, among other things, destroyed the family, quite on top of everything else that happened to Hans Lydon. So here too we have a lawyer whose attack on power brought down horrendous consequences on him. In that sense, I mean, the consequence is a little bit more drastic than what happened to Mr. Donziger, but still the same basic pattern, a lawyer who tries to use his practice to challenge power, and power pushes back very hard, leading to a really, in the case of Hans Lydon, just heartbreakingly terrible human cost. I must say, as someone who was a lawyer but not anywhere near as brave or smart as either of these gentlemen, these are people who I admire enormously, and I probably admire Hans Lydon more than almost any historical figure I can think of, and so it's been a real passion project for me to write about this man and occasionally to work on also documentary films that have been done about him. It's sort of, I've been working on Hans in a way for 25 years now, and it keeps going. There was just a play recently, last month, maybe some of you saw it or heard of it. There was a play put on about Hans Lydon here in New York. So it's a story that sadly does not lose its relevance, I think, and a story that I still continue to find very engaging. So I think I will leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Might be to you. I mean, I just agree with you that I would never consider myself anywhere near to be as brave as those two that we discussed. I do want to hear any questions that you're entertaining here.
Visual exhibition is a juxtaposition of the work of Donziger and Lydon, or how is the connection to the exhibition?
Well, the panel here or the programming is loosely associated, so it's not a direct link. And it's really an exploration of different types of portraiture, right? What is the force that creates a portrait, a representation? When we saw Naomi's presentation, I was thinking of, what is, if a surgeon, we had Dr. Flores actually was going to give a presentation, he couldn't do it. But if a child has reconstructive surgery, these 40 years of research that change that picture of before and after is a type of portrait, right? What are these different forces that create what we look at or what we understand to be a portrait? Yeah. So.
You created a portrait tonight.
The idea would be, what is portrait of place? What is portrait of, and I think one realization, and that's when I'm thinking, when I'm looking at Ben here as well, is I think we all have a need or a wish to build what we experience ourselves and we recognize in someone else, right? It's like I wish I was that that brave, right? I sort of heard that in your voice, like I know I'm not, but I see this as something so valuable, right? Or I don't know, Ben, what do you think?
I'm not sure I wish I was as brave as either of these lawyers, because I'm not sure I would want to face what comes of that bravery, right? Only the good die young or something like that. So I'm old now, so the not brave people like me get to be old. So that's a blessing in a way too.
Mm-hmm. Well, anyone else have any?
Oh, thank you. I was struck by, in your conversation, how you both spoke in direct and indirect ways about what the camera allows you to do as a kind of relational device. Could you speak, relating to intense emotions, difficult histories with your families? If you could speak more about that.
Yeah, thank you for your question. I noticed that other photographers spoke about this, and one of my great inspirations, Nan Golden, has also spoken about this, of being able to connect with others through this mediation device that is the camera. And so to be a person who has learned how to at least experience their feelings, if not express them immediately, being put into a situation where the expectation was that I would regress, and also like in that way, like being supportive of the environment and the people that I'm around and care about and love, because it is important for me to also be of service. I found that having the camera with me when I was making the photos at my aunt's funeral allowed me to be present and engage and be of service in a way that felt healing and generative for me, without having to completely abandon or mask. Because I do think that like you kind of disappear in a sense when you have a camera in front of you. Sometimes people want to be like have their photo made, but not all the time. Sometimes you just like are, I guess like background furniture. And then I think in contrast with the photo of my cousin, I enjoy constructing realities. I enjoy world building, and we created a world together along with my friend Camila, who's Trini American, that reflected all of our experiences as people of immigrant background. And I think for myself, like that's the difference, obviously, between taking a photo and making a photo, which is something that I learned here at Hunter from Katie Murray. And yeah, using that to like not only like keep me safe in a sense in the world, but also allowing me to build the world that I want to live in. So that, I think that covers it for me.
Thanks. A lot of what V says resonates with me. I think I struggled a lot, and I struggle a lot in this work with the role or the portraying or making images of my black cousins in particular, because of the power dynamics and a lot of the questions around representation. But I also, what I sort of came to and learned through experience was that making images of my cousins was an opportunity for us to connect in a different way, and it gave me an excuse to be with them and them to be with me, and in some cases we kind of created a performative thing together where we would, I noticed my cousin Wilma and I have similar hands, and so I started playing with that, and she loved it. She thought it was so much fun, and so so for me the camera operated as a way to connect, but I also do beyond that. I've used the darkroom a lot as a way to process and heal. I started doing carbon printing of some of these images as a way to spend some time in the quiet, in the dark, and because there's I think for both what V and I are doing, there's so much emotional labor involved, and so they're finding these spaces to play, even in the hardness of it, like with my cousin playing with our hands, and the camera, and playing with the camera becomes a refuge as well.
I'll also say to that, I do find that like being in the darkroom is such a meditative experience, and like I think that a lot of times, because of now how like photos are made and like having access to like a phone in our pocket, like a camera on our phone in our pocket, which is not how technology was for like most of human existence. It's an idea that like it's something that's so quick, whereas actually like there is this process through which we can like really work through the whatever it is, the subject that we're focusing on. And that's one of the things I really appreciate about photo. I don't know that everybody like thinks of the process of photo because of that experience that is like most people have of taking a photo or making a photo, but yeah, I do find that that is like a really beautiful aspect of making images.
Would any of the panelists like to ask each other any questions?
Yeah, I'd like to ask you, how did you come to this work of studying Witten?
Thanks for the question. Sort of accident, like most things in all the work I've done. Because I'd been a lawyer, I quit being a lawyer to study history, and the lawyer bit stayed with me, so I started writing. I was interested in German history, so I started writing about German lawyers and German courtrooms. And I came across a few references to this Lytton guy, and he was kind of beyond the project I was working on, but I thought, oh, I'll come back to that. And after I'd gotten my PhD and gotten a job here, I had time to sort of go back and think about him. And I sort of feel that my reaction to him has kind of reflected how I'm thinking about politics in some ways. I discovered him in the 90s when Clinton was in office, and I felt relatively okay about things in the United States, and I thought of this Lytton, what a pain in the butt this guy was. I think he was probably a very unpleasant person. I mean, I think he was a saint, but saints are very difficult people to deal with, and he was always aggressive and sort of humorless and angry. And then, by the time I got my job here and I was able to start working on him, George W. Bush had come in and the Iraq War was happening and everything, and I wasn't feeling very happy about American politics. And I thought, this is my guy. Like, his anger, that's me. So I felt the project, in some ways my book about him was a book about the Bush administration and the war and the torture and the concentration camps that we were running back then, and all of that. So there's sort of that element. There's a kind of a subtext in my book that is sort of those things. But then also just him as a human being. The more I learned about him, the more I found this is such a remarkable human being. As I said, he had a photographic memory. He hadn't really wanted to be a lawyer. His dad made him, basically. He wanted to be an art historian or maybe a music historian. That's what his passion was. He loved literature. He had some of the great German poets, all of them committed to memory. He could recite everything by Rilke. He could recite everything by Goethe. He was passionate about art, especially medieval art. He belonged to a youth group here. He would bring them to a cathedral and show them, sculptures of Christ on the cross and kind of explain everything that was going on with that. And he was just such a remarkable man, so self-sacrificing, so brave. Even in the concentration camps, when the guards were beating him and everything, he would give food away to other prisoners, and he would stand in for other prisoners and take beatings for them. And there's basically nothing about this guy other than he was kind of humorless. I think there's basically nothing about this guy that I don't admire. So my sort of engagement with the human has gone on for 25 years or so now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've talked to Fred. Fred would write me letters. I couldn't write him back because, I'm supposed to, as an expert witness, whatever, I'm supposed to be impartial. I can't have a relationship with this, they could use it against me, right? So I have this a little stack of letters that he would write this one way. But then I would talk to his attorney and I said, I got the letters, and it's like they're in my heart, and I'll never lose these letters. But then, when he got out, we've done panels together, and it's such a, I don't know. I mean, I think I'm drifting from your question, Reiner. But what a remarkable man, honestly. He went in when he was 30 years old. He came out 36 years later, and he's very forthright. He talks about, this is a common thing for prisoners. You come out the age you go in, and so he's a 30-year-old man in a body of a young 70-something, young, in a body of a early 70s man, and just so positive. I mean, he spent a lot of time in solitary. He had been stabbed twice, almost died once, beaten, in different fights throughout. But he comes out just remarkably positive. And had money had nothing to do with it. The settlement has nothing to do with it. He still lives in this little apartment, and who knows how long he'll stay there. But he just went back to, his life in the 1970s as he was trying to build it. He just trying to recover that. And throughout, he's just with a smile on his face. That portrait that I showed initially, that's from the courtroom. He's probably still had cuffs on, but he always was positive. He always was, and he's so grateful for any of the help. He makes me brownies. They show up at my door, it's amazing, right? It's amazing. I don't know where that humanity comes from, that reserve of humanity, but he managed to maintain it throughout all of that.
So in other words, you think he was already that, otherwise he wouldn't have survived it? Or was there any kind of transformation or any indication of how he managed to survive it?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. I can kind of relate in a way. It's hard for me to imagine how he remained intact. But he's just special somehow. He was able to find the strength. I think what motivated him ultimately is, he knew he was innocent, right? He knew, that, and he could have. I'm not sure if this is apocryphal or not, but he could have. You always hear he could have worked out a deal. He didn't have to have a life sentence. He basically gave himself a life sentence because he would not plead, right? But he always knew he was going to get out, at least. But it was such a journey. I mean, he had so many setbacks, legal setbacks, not the least of which was, the suppressed evidence, right? I mean, there were others. Incredible, right?
We have a question in the back here. Thank you.
Hi, I really like when you guys shared about representation, and so it's kind of related to my current work about representation. So I'm also thinking about the limits of representation. So I was wondering, how do you feel about that when you are doing your project, or what's your sense of interpretation, or in that matter?
I mean, I was thinking about this earlier because I was really struck by the opening where Reiner was talking about the two images of the guy as represented by August Sander as a victim, or that's the caption information. I wouldn't say that was actually in the image. And then this beautiful photo of him with his son, and I feel that a lot in what I'm working on, that the kind of the dissonance between what images can do or not do, and always this question of truth around that. But it's almost, and I think Bart talked about it, like this just, photography almost represents the trauma of things, because there's this giant blank space between what you see and how you're feeling sometimes. And so I don't have an answer. I think what I'm interested in, and because I don't trust the images or the documents, the narratives, the narratives that the images point to are the things that I've become interested in, because I think that's where the trouble starts. Whether you're narrating it as a photograph of a victim, or you're narrating it as a photograph of a father. And V and I were talking about this earlier, like this, those narratives are the bigger problem than the actual images themselves. And so unwinding the narratives and playing, actually for me, it's not just unwinding them, it's playing and subverting and messing with them a little bit as an artist, which is so much fun.
Yeah, I think to your question, especially thinking of the talk that you gave with your partner, I think it's so important to, if you're going to be representing stories that have immense gravity, to be conscientious of your positionality and the positionality of your subjects, and what that interaction is. Because to me, what happened with Gerhard Richter's work is I would never even think to do something like that, but I do think that sometimes it's people don't really think about these things, because it's all subjective, isn't it? You know what I mean? So representation, I could represent something one way, and then somebody else represents it a different way, and they're coming to it with their own universe, their own microcosm of their experiences. That may create, as another person who spoke, that may create these blind spots. And I think that when I'm working on a project, I really do try to get as many perspectives as possible. And I think stay open to experimentation, in that my perspective might be wrong. I can't ever portray something objectively. I just don't believe philosophically that that's possible. But I can do my best to represent something with dignity and respect for the subject matter. And that's I think that's something that I feel committed to.
Hi. Oh, wow, loud. My question's for both V and Meredith. I think I know our charge for your portion of the conversation was to think about membering and to the way that you're communing, in your case via reckoning or investigating, in your case Meredith. And I think we understand where the subject is coming from, like you're reckoning or communing with family, various histories, and that shows up in your work in very interesting ways. But I think as the two artists, I'm curious about other artists or mode of creation that you're also communing with. I guess this also could go for Professor Hett as well. So many friends and colleagues who like develop relationships to people who no longer exist, or artists, or time periods, you know, and you feel like you know them really well. And I'm wondering if that comes up for either one of you. Do you feel like you're also communing with certain artists, and that, I don't know, manifests itself in a very specific way? Long question, sorry.
Well, I think for myself, I'm a multidisciplinary artist, and I also write and make music. So a lot of the influences for me do come a lot from music. And I'll also say, like, the narrative, like when I made those photos of my family at my aunt's funeral, it was not at all with the intention of like picking apart this like subtext of like Eurocolonialism and like this inheritance that I have had to reconcile within myself, being of these two very like polarizing backgrounds. That wasn't the point at all. It was to capture this moment and to like honor my aunt. But yeah, it shifts and it changes over time. And I think that like wherever I'm at, like my inspirations usually come from like, for me, a lot music. I've been feeling a lot into Amy Winehouse lately. And I guess, yeah, anything that like helps me like put words to what I'm feeling, because as a symptom of my neurodivergence, like I don't feel my feelings the way that a neurotypical person does. And so sometimes it's like, I don't know what I'm feeling, but I know that like something's happening. And for me, it's music that really helps with that. But as I said before, I also like really love Nan Goldin's work. Yeah.
I'm really, and I'm glad I just remembered it. I love poetry, and Anne Carson has been a real influence on me. She did this book called Float, and it really inspired me to think about the storytelling in a nonlinear, layered way. I also, I've been looking at spirit photography lately. I also am in dialogue with ancestors and my father in particular right now. And I really think a lot about these conversations with I didn't mention a lot of the specifics of my family story, but one of the guys you saw was Josiah Davenport, and his grandfather was the enslaver, the original enslaver, and also the captain of the ship that's used in the slave trade. And I find myself being curious about those relationships that aren't three-dimensional at the moment. So yeah, and also, yeah, those are the two that I'm thinking about. Anne Carson's always been a real inspiration for me. Yeah, that's what I can think of right now. Thanks for the question.
Am I? Oh.
Oh, no, you're fine. I just want to, you didn't ask me this question, but I think it's a really interesting question, this idea of like, you know, how are you communing or connecting? And I think like as a conservator in conservation, you know, you're looking so closely at materials rather than images, and that means spending like hours just looking at a thing and looking at it under different lights, looking under a microscope, you know, figuring out like what the texture of the paper is, how something was made, and it's kind of like connecting to, you know, the act of making, but also like every person who's touched that photograph since. So sometimes you might be like documenting every single fingerprint on the photograph. So like every time someone's handled that image throughout time and like left a mark on it, and you're documenting all of those marks over time. And it just becomes a really interesting way to kind of connect to both the maker and then all of the users and kind of all of those like residues and gathered histories through that object, through that material nature.
Hi. So this question is kind of directed at anyone who wants to answer, because I think this is something that kind of kept coming up, was power dynamics, I think. So especially like Professor Hett, with the legal system and things that we think are supposed to be like democratic or egalitarian are often not. They're set up for the system. They're set up by the system to keep people in power. And that was making me think also of the camera is something that sometimes we think of as this like very democratic, egalitarian medium and what it portrays. So my question is, for you, in what ways do you think, I guess, the camera is like an egalitarian democratic medium, or in what ways do you think the power dynamics between the sitter and who's behind the camera show up and manifest in the image itself?
I'm happy to take a quick shot at that. I mean, I just thinking about, you know, the lines between sort of documentary photography, different genres of photography. There really is no, even a, you know, there's no such thing as a neutral photograph ever made. I mean, you can take, you know, video footage from a gas station or whatever, and that's not neutral. There's no such thing as a neutral lens, and it's taken me a while to figure that out.
If you don't mind, I'm going to come at that question a little differently. So again, Boris mostly used photography in making his own work, and yet he took photography that was private for him. The images I showed you of the Rumbala massacre site. And yet, in his life, as he describes in his autobiography, in Riga, he's very aware of power. He's a 16-year-old boy. World is changing around him. He's separated from half of his family, and he understands power very clearly in terms of who has power and who does not, and how power shifts very quickly. And so he takes that education, because his formal education ends at age 16, he takes that education to the art world in New York. And so he becomes very anti-establishment. He's showing in downtown galleries. He'd like to get uptown. And when he gets uptown, which is where commercial transactions take place, nothing sells. He rebels. He does a quote-unquote no sculpture show, which is then renamed the shit show because it is piles of excrement in plaster, which I always joke is fun to ship and fill out those customs forms. We have some in the collection. So he's always very much turning his back on power, and then at the end he realizes he needs to take the power of remembering. He collects the work of his fellow no artists, he inherits, he makes a little bit more money, so that he has power to say that during my lifetime I was overlooked, I wasn't understood, but I think at a different moment I might be understood. And I keep thinking this is the moment for Boris, this is the age of resistance, this is the age of saying no, and so I'm hopeful that his story might inspire and resonate. And so I'm grateful that his work was included in the show with a very sort of universal suitcase, leaving, fleeing immigrant story, and then also in this conversation around photography, which I hadn't really thought about so specifically with Boris. So thank you, Reiner.
Well, actually, I do want to add to that in the sense because Boris was also included with his text. My sympathy is with the mouse, but I feed the cat, right? And this is about power. And in some ways, Boris did decide where the power was, and that was in accumulating wealth, in a sense, right? So this is where we come full circle. He did stop making work in some ways and invested in the stock market. And as you said, he died with $100 million in the bank, in a sense.
I usually don't tell that story, but now you have.
Oh, it's been published, I think. So I don't think we're giving away any secrets. Well, I mean, that's a more complicated story. But yes, I think that's Vypopansky too. It's like you have to be Catholic to be more Jewish. And for Boris, you have to be poor to be really rich, right? And like he would, you know, he made a thing out of being poor. And that was a thing of comfort. I think that's where the paradox comes in. And I think that's, Kendall, also where I think the power thing is you are really powerless and very powerful at the same time. I think maybe that's a little heresy in a college, but I don't think art or even education is something universally positive. I think it's just as ambiguous and paradoxical as everything else. I think, okay, maybe I should be more careful. But I think that's what I think about in terms of power is, you know, I'm responsible for some of what we built here, and I know, I'm sure I've hurt some people in the process by excluding them, by not representing them adequately. And I'm terrified of that, and I know it's unavoidable. It's just not possible. I remember, you know, when August Sander's grandson Gerd mounted this exhibition in Paris, or with his support, Memorial de Shoah mounted all the 40 portraits that Sander took in 1938 of Jews in Cologne who needed a new passport, and juxtaposed them with portraits of soldiers and Nazis that Sander photographed. And you know, that's, yeah, it's a paradox. You can't get out of that. And he, you know, that catalog, that book that was published, said it would provide all biographical information, and the Lubsdorff were not even in there. You know, that there was no notes, and that's, you can just Google it, it's online. And I totally understand and sympathize with them now, because we also ran out of time. We also ran out of resources, and there's not a day go by and think, oh my God, I forgot this work. This would have been so important to include. So I think in every effort that we're making to make things better, we paradoxically make it worse at the very same time. I think that's some of the things that you know, ran with me in a way, in that sense. So I'm just grateful for everyone who has understanding that we you know, when we try to create that healing, that inevitably we can't only do that. I don't know.
We have time for one more question or comment from the audience or on the stage.
I want to add something about that conversation. Thanks. I'm thinking about this a lot with representation, like I mentioned earlier, and I think there's, and it references the Sanders film, the images that he made, that he gave to the people in that scene where she's digging around in her attic, and then they kind of go back, and the fact that these images of these people and their lives are forever preserved in that work, and they're remembered forever, whether we know their names or not, which is problematic, but they're also part of an archive. And like thinking of my cousins, and in particular my black cousins, who have never been acknowledged by anyone in my family, there was a brief moment, which unfortunately passed, where they might have been included in the Smithsonian archive as the Davenport family, and that's kind of amazing. And I think so thinking about how the work gets used beyond and the way it's contextualized. I remember Zoe Strauss did this really brilliant thing at a Carnegie International where she photographed people and gave them one copy, and then she had like an artist copy, the copy that she gave, and they were like certain kind of print that couldn't be reprinted. It was like a dye transfer or something. She gave one to the people, and then she made the Carnegie buy the other edition. So all of a sudden, the image that she gave the person who posed for her had skyrocketed in value because she had given them that image. So I think there's lots of ways, and like V and I were talking, like there's lots of ways to be thoughtful and smart, and we're never going to be perfect, and we're always going to make mistakes, but if you can think about this stuff, then you can find ways to answer some of the concerns. Not all of them. I don't think there's ever a way to do that, but anyway, that's what I wanted to add.
I'll also say Jenny Holzer, who's also a big inspiration of mine, one of her most famous truisms is abuse of power comes as no surprise. So I feel, everybody does have like power, whether we want to acknowledge it or not, but I do also feel like everything is spectral. It's not so black and white, and it's easier for us, and that's something that we were talking about as well. And you did mention also how like it's not about like this forgiveness work, and I think like it really is what everybody brings to it, but each object has its own power that it brings to a situation as well, or like every photo that we make or every sculpture, these sorts of things. So yeah, it's like statistics, numbers, those could also be used for a cause or against a cause. Like, we're human. We can use anything to whatever design we want to. And I think it really is each individual's job to just be conscientious of like their own intentions when they're doing something, even though people may not care or know what those intentions are. For me, it really is more so that I know what my intentions are. Like you were saying about your friend who was wrongfully imprisoned, so yeah.
Thanks, everyone. Join us at the reception. I hope you can at the Loeb store.